Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As the Regional Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP is honored to co-organize this important global conference with the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and the Secretariat of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. I would like to thank all participating governments, partner organizations, experts, and stakeholders for joining us. We gather at a time when the need for integrated solutions has never been greater. Around the world, countries are facing the interconnected challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These challenges are affecting lives and livelihoods, placing increasing pressure on ecosystems and economies and threatening progress towards the SDGs. In Asia and Pacific, these challenges are particularly acute. Many countries in our region are among the most vulnerable to climate change and risk of disasters, while progress towards many of the SDGs, particularly those related to the environment, remains too slow. At a time of geopolitical uncertainty, economic volatility, and accelerating environmental pressures, recommitting to peace, solidarity, sustainability, and prosperity is both timely and necessary. These realities require us to think and act differently. For too long, climate action, biodiversity conservation, pollution reduction, and sustainable development have often been pursued through separate policies, institutions, and financing mechanisms. Yet the challenges themselves are deeply interconnected. Integrated and synergistic approaches offer an opportunity to maximize co-benefits, reduce trade-offs, and make more effective use of limited resources. They can support healthier communities, stronger economies, more resilient cities, and more sustainable development pathways. At the same time, Asia and the Pacific demonstrating leadership. Across the region, governments, cities, businesses, as well as communities are pioneering integrated approaches that generate benefits across these key areas. These experiences show that synergistic solutions are not only possible, but also practical. This conference is an important opportunity to exchange experiences, explore practical solutions, and strengthen partnership for implementation. Later this morning, we will launch the Asia-Pacific Synergies Report, jointly prepared by ESCAP, UNEP, as well as ADB, and IGES, or Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, with support from the government of Japan. Drawing on more than 140 case studies from across the region, the report provides practical evidence and insights on how integrated approaches can help accelerate progress towards both environmental and development objectives. The discussions during this conference will also contribute to broader global and regional efforts to advance synergistic approaches, including deliberations by ministers at the 9th session of the ESCAP Committee on Environment and Development, which will begin tomorrow here in Bangkok. Excellencies, the challenges before us are significant, but so too are the opportunities. I encourage all participants to engage openly, challenge assumptions, and identify practical pathways for scaling integrated action. By strengthening cooperation and learning from one another, we can help accelerate implementation of both the Paris Agreement as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and advance a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Aziza Bana, for those remarks. We now enter the high-level special messages portion of our program. I am deeply honored to introduce two distinguished leaders whose presence, whether in person or via video, signals the highest level of political attention to this agenda. First, a special message from Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the 7th Global Conference on Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. Like many of you, I remember the feeling in 2015 when we adopted these landmark agreements. It was a sense of relief and mainly of responsibility. Relief because we had overcome immense obstacles and bridged significant differences to reach agreement on two ambitious transformative frameworks. And responsibility because once the ink was dry, we all understood that the real work was only beginning. Today, it can be easy to lose sight of those feelings. Faced with mounting crises, one could be forgiven for thinking that the world has stepped back from the ambitions of Paris and the Sustainable Development Goals. But we cannot allow ourselves to fall into that trap. Setbacks are not failure. And despite political headwinds, we have advanced progress under both agendas. In diplomacy, 15 years is hardly anything. One need only look at the surge in renewable energy, perhaps the clearest and most visible example of synergy in action. In 2025, renewables overtook fossil fuels in new energy investment, reaching $2 trillion. This is energy that powers hospitals, schools, homes, and businesses, at the same time tackling climate change and delivering on health, education, sustainable cities, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic growth. As Kofi Annan once warned, climate change is an all-encompassing threat. It can reverse decades of development gains. But the reverse is also true. When climate action is integrated into development efforts, it can accelerate progress across societies and economies. And beyond the transformative impact of renewable energy, the connection between the Paris Agreement and the SDGs are becoming increasingly evident. I've seen this firsthand with indigenous coffee growers and chocolate producers in the Amazon, combining trade with protection of the rainforest, with the rapid adoption of an innovation in electric vehicles in China, and with improved waste management in the informal settlements of Nairobi. Each demonstrates the broad and varied benefits of investing in sustainability, in climate-smart, people-centered, and resilient development. Development where economic opportunity and environmental stewardship are not competing objectives, but mutually reinforcing ones. Excellency, as you begin your discussions, I encourage you to focus on what is working. Identify the successes that can be shared, scaled up, and accelerated. Work together to overcome complacency and cynicism. And remember not only the responsibilities we assumed in 2015, but also the relief that accompanied them. The relief that came from providing and proving that even the most complex global challenges can be met through cooperation, compromise, and collective action. That lesson remains as relevant today as it was then. Because the synergies between climate action and sustainable development are not merely technical connections, but a reminder that progress is possible when we work together, that we are, in all respects, better together. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baerbock. Next, we hear from His Excellency, Mr. Lok Bahadur Thapa, Permanent Representative of Nepal to the United Nations and the President of the Economic and Social Council.
Excellencies, I'm pleased to join this high-level segment of the 7th Global Conference on strengthening synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda are among the international community's most important frameworks for advancing sustainable development, yet both remain far off track from achieving their agreed goals. The latest evidence is sobering. Global temperatures in 2025 were 1.43 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, while the number of people affected by disasters has more than doubled over the past decade, reaching an average of 123 million people annually. At the same time, progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals also remains uneven, with only 36% of targets on track or making moderate progress. These trends remind us that climate change is not only an environmental challenge, but increasingly a challenge for development and human well-being. Excellencies, earlier this year, I convened a high-level event at the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development with the theme, Sagarmatha to the Sea, that underscores how vanishing glaciers and rising sea levels are interconnected development challenges requiring exactly the kind of integrated science-based response this conference seeks to advance. Advancing climate actions and resilience remains a central priority of my presidency of ECOSOC. As we examine how to deliver better outcomes for all, more and more governments and experts are asking us simple questions. Can we improve results if we act with greater synergy? Can we achieve more if we break down the institutional silos that too often separate planning, policymaking, and implementations? The growing body of evidence clearly says that we can. Policies and investment that advance climate and development objectives together can deliver multiple economic, social, and environmental benefits while making more efficient use of scarce resources. Integrated approaches can reduce cost by up to 40% at a time when financing gaps remain measures in the trillions of dollars. This matters because we are entering a decisive phase. The challenge before us is no longer a lack of commitments. We have the Paris Agreements. We have the 2030 Agenda. The challenge is implementations, translating ambitions into results at the scale and speed required. At the same time, countries are being asked to do more with less. Rising debt burdens, declining development assistance, and increasing fiscal pressures are constraining the resources available for sustainable development. In this context, greater coherence is not simply desirable, it is essential. At its core, this conference is about a principle that lies at the heart of the 2030 Agenda itself, that the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development are mutually reinforcing and must be advanced together. This is also central to ECOSOC mandate. For nearly 8 decades, the Council has worked to promote policy coherence and coordinations across the United Nations systems. The search for greater synergy across climate actions, environmental protections, and sustainable development is therefore an important pathway towards more effective implementations and better outcomes for people and planet. The real questions before us is no longer whether synergies matter. The question is how to embed them more systematically in our institutions, financing frameworks, and implementation efforts. I wish you fruitful discussions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tapa. We are especially honored to receive a message from the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed. Ms. Mohammed, together with our Secretary General, have been a defining voice in connecting the climate agenda with social justice and sustainable development. Let us hear Ms. Amina Mohammed's message.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to share a few words at this important event on climate and the SDGs. In 2015, the world made two promises. Through the 2030 Agenda, leaders committed to end poverty, reduce inequalities, and deliver sustainable development for all. Through the Paris Agreement, they committed to protect people and planet from the worst impacts of the climate crises. Those promises were always connected. The third global report of the expert group on climate and SDG synergy gives us a clear message. Joined-up action is one of the fastest ways to benefit people, planet, and prosperity. When climate action and development plans unite, public spending can be up to 40% more efficient. At a time when the SDG financing gap exceeds $4 trillion a year and climate finance needs are rising sharply, that is a message every finance minister should hear. Especially now, with an El Niño on the horizon, geopolitical tensions reshaping cooperation, and the SDGs dangerously off track. In times like these, integration is a practical way to ensure resources deliver better results for people and planet. We see this clearly in adaptation, especially in cities on the front lines of climate impacts. It protects lives and livelihoods, food systems, energy transitions, strengthens infrastructure, and helps communities withstand shocks and recover faster. There are also where decisions on housing, transport, energy, waste, and green space can deliver benefits across climate and development at the same time. We have three areas where we need to accelerate action. First, we need to break the silos. We need governance that brings climate and development decisions together across ministries and institutions. Second, we need financing that creates incentives for solutions with multiple benefits, especially in vulnerable countries and communities. And third, we need stronger partnerships between governments and the United Nations system, scientists, business, civil society, and young people, so evidence moves faster into policy and program delivery. The next 4 years will be crucial. The decisions made now will determine whether the world can still deliver on the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda with the urgency that is required. We must lay the foundations of sustainable development that allows for implementation that benefits people and planet. And so I encourage you to use this conference to consolidate the paradigm shift to sustainable development and turn evidence into decisions, decisions into investment and implementation and results. The world we want is one where every human being lives a life of dignity while protecting the planet we thrive from. Thank you, and I wish you all every success.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mohammed. We will now hear statements from ministers and vice ministers of participating countries, leaders who are translating global commitments into national action. First, it is my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Linda Tabuya, Minister for Information, Environment and Climate Change of Fiji. Her Excellency.
Bulavinaka from the warm Pacific Blue Continent, distinguished excellencies and ministers, distinguished representatives of UN DESA, UNESCAP, and UNFCCC, development partners and stakeholders, senior government officials, non-governmental organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor for Fiji to stand before you at the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies. As the first nation to ratify the Paris Agreement, the mission of this conference speaks directly to our soul and our survival. For us, climate change is a harsh reality that increasingly both disrupts our development activities and undermines our development progress. As a large ocean state, the sea level rise, coastal inundation, and devastating floods are drivers of major socio-economic challenges. These processes and events, and an array of other challenges, including coral bleaching and ocean acidification, are reshaping the way we live, plan, and invest. Despite the damage we bear year on year and must continue to shoulder as climate impacts increase, emissions rise, and the incoming Super El Nino takes hold, we continue to strive to deliver sustainable development in alignment with our National Development Plan, our updated UNFCCC National Determined Contribution, and our regional commitments. In our latest voluntary national review, we took a hard look at our progress against the 2030 Agenda. The data confirms we have made tangible strides. It also underscores the urgency of this collective gathering. Fiji has successfully made good progress on 24 out of 169 targets, representing 40% of the total. There are 45 targets, or 27%, where significant acceleration is critical to meet our 2030 deadlines. Critically, 72 targets, or 43%, could not be assessed due to data limitations. These numbers are not just statistics, they are a call to action. Fiji has commenced the development of our third voluntary national review to be presented in July 2027. This review will serve as a national multi-stakeholder statement of our progress, our constraints, and most importantly, the partnerships and resources required to get us back on track. As we approach the 2030 milestone, yes, we cannot afford to work in silos. In fact, I'm very grateful to my sister minister from Nepal, who I just met this morning, who told me they've just amalgamated their Ministry of Environment to include agriculture and forests. That is my hope back home. As the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, I have to deal with a separate Minister for Fisheries, Minister for Agriculture, Minister for Rural, Minister for Forest, Minister for Local Government, and yes, there are silos even within Cabinet. And this is a challenge for us political leaders, and I know our ministers know what I'm talking about. When we need to bring in Cabinet papers, it gets thrown back because they were not consulted. They don't feel like it meets their mandate. We ourselves need to look within our own cabinets and our own ministries and our own governments. Are we working in silos? Yes, for Fiji we are, and we need to improve on this. Yes, the challenges are immense, but so is our collective power. Ultimately, it is our collective action, our ability to break down institutional barriers, starting with Cabinet, and of course to foster integrated solutions that will determine whether we meet the milestones we have set up for ourselves and our future generations. Vinakavakalevu, thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Next, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Ali Sharif, Minister for Climate Change, Environment and Energy from the Republic of Maldives.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all. It's my honor to speak at this important conference convened at a critical juncture for our planet and the shared future. The Maldives comes to this dialogue not only as a small island developing state, but as a frontline nation in the climate crisis. For us, the convergence of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda is not an abstract policy. It's not an abstraction policy discussion, it's an existential imperative. Rising sea levels, coastal erosion, ocean warming, and biodiversity loss are already shaping our islands, our economy, and the very fabric of our communities. The theme of this conference, towards integrated implementation of climate action, environmental protection, and sustainable development, resonates deeply within our national priorities. Maldives strongly believes that climate action cannot be pursued in isolation. It must be fully aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those to poverty eradication, food security, health, and resilient infrastructure. Despite our negligible contribution to the global greenhouse gas emissions, we have taken ambitious steps to lead by example. We have committed to enhancing renewable energy uptake, reducing dependency on fossil fuel, and strengthening nature-based solutions. Our coral reef restoration efforts, coastal protection programs, and waste management initiatives are all designed with a holistic approach that integrates climate resilience with environmental stewardship and socio-economic development. Excellencies, ambition in vulnerable states like ours must be matched by ambition in global cooperation as well. We stand today at a moment when recommitment is essential not only to the goal of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, but to the spirit of solidarity that underpins them. For small island developing states like us, keeping the 1.5-degree goal, which we place in the Paris Agreement, and to keep that alive is something very essential and which we have been always and which we will always be pushing for. To achieve this, we must collectively accelerate action in 3 key areas. The very first is, of course, the climate financing. Access to predictable, adequate, and concessional financing remains one of the most pressing challenges for the small island states. Financing mechanisms must be simplified, scaled up, aligned to support integrated climate and development solutions. Finance is definitely out there. If finance could be spent for destruction, why, or rather, shouldn't it be spent for construction for a better human cause? Second, capacity building and technology transfer. Developing countries must be empowered with the tools, knowledge, innovation to implement the transformative actions. This is critical for advancing renewable energy, strengthening early warning systems, and protecting the fragile ecosystems. And the third one is the loss and damage. For countries like Maldives, loss and damage is no longer a future risk. It is a present reality. And just now, the previous speakers also mentioned about the El Nino on the horizon, and the impact of the loss and damage is going to be more and more severe. So therefore, we urge the international community to operationalize and adequately capitalize the mechanisms that address these urgent needs with equity and urgency. Excellencies, the pursuit of peace, solidarity, sustainability, and prosperity highlighted in this conference requires us to reaffirm our collective responsibility. True peace cannot exist where climate impacts destabilize the livelihoods. True prosperity cannot be achieved if ecosystem collapses, and solidarity cannot be measured in words alone. It must be reflected in decisive, measurable action as well. Maldives remains fully committed to being a constructive partner in this global effort. We will continue to advocate for stronger ambition, deeper cooperation, and integrated solutions which leaves no one behind. So let us move forward together with renewed determination to protect our climate, to protect our planet, to empower our people, and to secure sustainable and resilient future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif. It is now my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Her Excellency Ms. Grita Chaudhary, Minister for Agriculture, Forest and Environment of Nepal. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Chair, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaste to all. It is a distinct honor for me to address the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have gathered here at a moment that calls for honest dialogue and steadfast commitment to implementing the understandings we have reached. The science is unequivocal. The adverse impact of climate change are accelerating, and the cost of fragmented action continues to rise. Nepal firmly believes that the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda are complementary frameworks united by a shared ambition to build a safe, prosperous, resilient, and dignified future for all, while ensuring that no one is left behind. Excellencies, Nepal embodies a triple vulnerability. We are a least developed countries preparing for graduation, a landlocked developing country, and a high mountain nation. Our contribution to global greenhouse gas emission is negligible, yet we remain among the countries most exposed to a crisis we did not create. Our glaciers are retreating, our glacial lakes are expanding, and the natural flows of rivers is changing. The Himalayas are water tower of Asia. What happens in our mountains affects more than 2 billion people who depends on these rivers downstream. The health of the mountains is quite simply the health of the entire region. For Nepal, integrated implementation is not a matter of choice. It is a necessity born of limited resources. Every investment must deliver multiple dividends, advancing climate action while accelerating sustainable development. Nepal has submitted its third nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. It has been designed as a whole of government and the whole of economy framework, aligned with sustainable development goals and the other national commitment. It supports the goal of achieving net zero carbon emission by 2045 through the climate action for 2025 to 2035. We are committed to ensuring that every dollar invested in climate action also advance our development aspirations and strengthens our resilience. Yet, national integration must be matched by international support. We therefore call for the climate finance that is adequate, predictable, grant-based, and readily accessible. Excellencies. This year marks a rare convergence as a conferences of the parties to all three Rio Conventions take place within the same year. Let us seize this opportunity to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation as single interconnected planetary crisis. Let us also ensure that the mountains and the cryosphere are placed firmly at the center of the global climate agenda. As we look ahead to COP31, Nepal will continue to champion the mountain agenda. This window to change course is narrow, but it remains open. The task before us is clear: to move from commitment to delivery, from ambition to action, and from fragmentation to integration. Nepal stands ready to do its part. We count on the solidarity, partnership, and the shared resolve of international community to walk this path together. Only through the collective action we can ensure climate justice and build a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable destiny for present and future generations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. Next, I'm delighted to invite Her Excellency Ms. Shezra Manzab Ali Khan, Minister of State, Ministry of Climate Change and Environment Coordination of Pakistan. Her Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the government and people of Pakistan at the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies. We meet at a critical juncture where climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, and development challenges are increasingly interlinked. The theme of this conference, From Commitment to Delivery, is therefore both timely and imperative. Today, I wish to frame our collective endeavor as a reconnection to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. A reconnection that restores peace by reducing climate-induced conflicts, strengthens solidarity by honoring our shared responsibility, advances sustainability by protecting our planet, and secures prosperity by ensuring that no one is left behind. For Pakistan, climate change is not a distant risk, but a lived reality. The country continues to face escalating climate impacts, including recurrent floods, prolonged droughts, extreme heat waves, accelerated glacier melt, growing water stress, and widespread ecosystem degradation. These challenges are placing immense pressure on communities and are undermining livelihoods, food and water security, critical infrastructure, public health, and broader economic development. Despite contributing less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, Pakistan remains among the most climate vulnerable countries. This underscores the central importance of climate justice and strengthened international solidarity, a solidarity that must reconnect us to the core principles of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. This vulnerability is starkly reflected in the recent floods. The 2022 floods submerged 1/3 of the country, affected 33 million people, damaged over 8,000 kilometers of roads and 2 million homes, pushed around 9 million people into poverty, and caused economic losses exceeding $30 billion. Reversing gains across key SDGs, including poverty reduction, health, education, and food security. More recently, the 2025 floods once again demonstrated the country's continuing exposure to extreme climate events with widespread inundation across multiple regions, severe damage to infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and irrigation systems, and large-scale impacts on agriculture and livelihoods. Together, these disasters highlight the growing frequency and intensity of climate-induced shocks in Pakistan, shocks that threaten peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Pakistan is home to over 13,000 glaciers in the Hindu Kush Himalaya Karakoram range, the largest concentration outside the polar region. These glaciers feed the Indus River system, which sustains nearly 95% of Pakistan's agriculture, energy production, and the livelihoods of over 240 million people. However, this critical cryosphere is rapidly degrading. Climate-induced water stress is now emerging as a major development and security challenge with potential implications for food systems, economic stability, and regional harmony, including tensions between upstream and downstream users. Reconnecting to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda requires that we address these challenges not in isolation, but as part of a coherent, integrated framework for peace and sustainability. In response, Pakistan has strengthened its climate ambition through its nationally determined contributions 3, National Adaptation Plan 2023 and National Climate Change Policy 2021. Alongside broader sustainable development frameworks, our NDC commits to a 50% reduction in potential emissions by 2035, 17% unconditionally, and 33% conditionally upon international support. Adaptation remains our national priority with integrated approaches linking resilience, development, and economic transformation. Pakistan's updated policies mainstream climate action across all SDGs, recognizing that climate resilience, poverty reduction, food and water security, biodiversity conservation, public health, and sustainable growth are mutually reinforcing objectives. Pakistan is advancing climate resilience, agriculture, disaster risk reduction, early warning systems, integrated water resource management, and community-based adaptation. These are concrete steps towards sustainability and prosperity. However, implementation remains constrained by significant financial and technical limitations. According to recent estimates under NDC 3.0, achieving Pakistan's climate targets requires investments exceeding $565 billion by 2035, while adaptation finance needs globally far exceed current flows. This highlights a widening climate finance gap that must be urgently addressed, a gap that undermines our collective ability to reconnect the promise of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Pakistan therefore calls on the international community to scale up predictable and accessible climate finance, particularly for adaptation and resilience, to strengthen technology transfer and capacity building for developing countries, to promote integrated approaches that align climate action with biodiversity conservation and sustainable development, and to expand support for nature-based solutions and ecosystem restoration at cost-effective pathways for resilience. Excellencies, the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda share a common horizon, and the achievement of the SDGs is inseparable from effective climate action. Climate change is already reversing gains in poverty reduction, food security, health, education, and economic growth, particularly in vulnerable countries. This demands a shift from fragmented approaches to integrated investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, sustainable water and food systems, and ecosystem restoration. The scale of the challenge is matched by a persistent finance gap. As we approach 2030, the global focus must shift decisively from commitments to implementation, from isolated efforts to integrated delivery systems, and from promise to tangible results. Let this conference mark a transition from silos to synergies and from pledges to practical action, a reconnection to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda that restores peace by preventing climate-driven instability, strengthens solidarity through equitable partnerships, and advances sustainability by protecting our shared ecosystems and secures prosperity by building resilient and inclusive economies for all. Let us collectively address the intertwined challenges of climate change and sustainable development for our people, our planet, and our shared future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. I am conscious of the time, and it is my job to give you a kind reminder to please have your statements within 3 to 4 minutes. We will now proceed with our next esteemed speaker. I am delighted to invite Ms. Darika Saruinyaga, Advisor to the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment. She will deliver a statement on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Suchard Chomlin, the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. The floor is yours.
Mr. Lee Junho, Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, UN DESA, Ms. Amida Sincere Alice Shabana, Executive Secretary, UN ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Swadee Ka, and welcome to Thailand. It is my distinct honor to represent the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand and to deliver these remarks on his behalf at the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UN DESA UNFCCC, and UNSCAP for their close collaboration in convening this timely conference. At the moment, when climate change and sustainable development are more closely interconnected than ever before, this conference provides an important platform to strengthen synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, and to translate our shared commitment into practical and coordinated action through multilateral cooperation. Distinguished delegates, under the unprecedented and interconnected challenges of the world, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 will require greater policy coherence, stronger partnerships, and accelerated implementation. The international cooperation is a vital mechanism to provide an opportunity to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals by learning from each other, sharing experiences, and developing solutions that respond to national circumstances while contributing to our shared global objectives. Thailand believes that sustainable economic growth and environmental protection must be pursued together. This requires a balanced approach that advances both greenhouse gas mitigation and climate change adaptation, while ensuring social inclusion and just transition. Guided by these principles, Thailand remains committed to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement and in accordance with our national circumstances and capabilities. We also recognize that meaningful progress depends on the active participation of all stakeholders. Governments alone cannot deliver the transformation required. The engagement of local authorities, the private sector, academia, civil society, and local communities is essential to driving innovation, mobilizing investment, and ensuring that the transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient future is both inclusive and equitable. Distinguished delegates, as a developing country, Thailand understands both the challenges and the opportunities of sustainable development. We firmly believe that strengthened international cooperation will continue to play a critical role in enabling all countries to implement ambitious and effective climate and sustainable development policies. Let this conference open the opportunities for all to share our commitment, partnership, trust, and collective actions to transform into tangible results and build a resilient future and not leave anyone behind. Thank you and khop kun ka.
Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Diaz Faisal Malik Hendropriyono, Vice Minister of Environment of Indonesia. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this high-level meeting, and allow me to begin by affirming that for Indonesia, the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals are not two separate agendas. They are one shared pathway toward a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future, as discussed yesterday by the UNFCCC Vice Chair. Climate action is development action, and sustainable development cannot be achieved without climate ambition. Indonesia continues to advance the 2030 agenda. We monitor 244 national SDG indicators, out of which 60% show steady or strong progress. Our President Prabowo Subianto has made significant emphasis on SDG 1, 2, 3, and 4, no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and as well as quality education. So under President Prabowo's administration, we are rolling out Sekolah Rakyat, or a nationwide boarding school program for around 500,000 children from the poorest households, from primary through senior secondary education. The President's main priority program, the Free Nutritious Meal Program for school kids, pregnant women, and the elderly, has served more than 61.2 million recipients since its inception 1.5 years ago. There's also the free medical checkup program that has already been accessed by more than 70 million people. And those President's priority programs seeks to provide quality education, nutritious meals while equipping climate education, ensuring that no child is left behind in our transition toward a resilient and sustainable future. In parallel with SDG 13 climate action, under our enhanced NDC, Indonesia has raised its ambition to reduce emissions by 31.89% unconditionally and 43.2% with international support by 2030. Today, we're encouraged by the fact that Indonesia has already achieved an estimated 36.85% or 793.7 million tons of CO2 equivalent reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2024, reflecting a whole of society approach. We have also submitted our second NDC for the year 2031 and 2035, which introduces absolute emission reduction targets based on a 2019 baseline, aligning our pathway with our long-term vision of net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. In our second NDC, Indonesia is expected to achieve its peak emissions by 2030, with estimated emission levels from 1.34 billion tons of CO2 equivalent to 1.49 billion tons of CO2 equivalent, depending on the economic growth scenario. And so compared to the ENDC scenario, Indonesia's emissions in 2030 are expected to be between 8 and 17.5% lower. The emissions will then decline in 2035. The synergies between our NDCs and the SDGs are not theoretical. They are reflected in our policies, our investments, and our measurable progress. Our progress on SDG 13 is reflected in strengthened national policies, enhanced MRV systems, and investment in resilience and disaster risk reduction. These achievements directly support the implementation of our NDC mitigation and adaptation commitments. Our adaptation agenda, from resilient cities to climate-friendly villages, reinforces SDG 11, ensuring that communities are better protected from climate-related risk. In Indonesia, we are operationalizing this through ProClim, or our Climate Community Program, which was launched in 2012 and has now reached more than 13,000 villages. Our VoluNet Sync 2030 directly supports SDG 13 and 15, while also strengthening food security and rural livelihoods under SDG 1 and SDG 2. In this regard, over the past decade, we have rehabilitated more than 24.6 million hectares of peatland ecosystems, constructed over 45,000 canal blocks to restore peat hydrology, and empowered around 1,100 villages through the Peatland Stewardship Village Program, or DESA Mandiri Peduli Mangrove, enabling local communities to become active and independent stewards of peatland ecosystems. In short, every ton of emissions reduced, every hectare of forest protected, and every coastal ecosystem restored under our NDCs is also a contribution to SDG achievement. Excellencies, we have to acknowledge that synergies obviously do not happen automatically. They must be designed, coordinated, and financed. Indonesia believes that the success of the Paris Agreement will determine the success of the SDGs and vice versa. These two must be pursued as one integrated agenda. We stand ready to work with all partners, developing and developed countries, international organizations, with the private sector, and civil societies to deepen these synergies and demonstrate that ambitious climate action can drive sustainable development. Terima kasih. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malik. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Anton Jayakodi, Deputy Minister of Environment of Sri Lanka.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sri Lanka is honored to participate in this high-level segment on recommending to the Paris Agreement and the agenda and 2030 agenda. The theme before us is both timely and important. In the world facing escalating climate impact, biodiversity losses, economic uncertainty, and growing inequality, peace, solidarity, sustainability, and prosperity can only achieve through integrated action, strength, international cooperation. For Sri Lanka, our Paris Agreement and the 2030 agenda maturely reinforce framework that guide our national development pathways. We firmly believe that climate action is not a standalone agenda. It is catalyst for sustainable economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection, and long-term resilience. Sri Lanka is ratified Paris Agreement in 2016 and has since progressively strengthened its climate ambition through through 3-generation national determined contributions. Our latest submission in NDC 3 for the period of 2026 to 2035 reflect enhanced ambition while aligning climate action with the national development priorities and sustainable development goals. NDC 3's focus green innovation, renewable energy, sustainable transport, circular economy approach, ecosystem restoration, and long-term pathway towards carbon neutrality. It is recognized that climate action can drive investment, create green jobs, improve livelihood, and strengthen economic resilience. On our mitigation effort span 6 sectors. We are achieving transition towards 70% of renewable energy by 2030 and beyond, promoting green hydrogen and grid mobilization. We are accelerating transport electrification and sustainability mobility solution, improving industry energy efficiency, improving waste to energy and circular economy initiatives, and supporting climate smart agriculture, sustainable land management, and large-scale ecosystem restoration. As a climate vulnerable island nation, adaptation remains equally important. NDC 3 strength resilience across a key sector, including water resource, agriculture, health, fisheries, coastal zones, and biodiversity, ensuring that climate action contributes directly to the sustainable development and human well-being. Excellencies, Sri Lanka experience demonstrate value of the integrating climate development agendas. According to our SDG progress report on 2024, Sri Lanka continues to perform above the regional average on overall SDG achievement, has made particularly strong progress in SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy and SDG 13 on climate action. Significant improvements have also been achieved in SDG governance, data system, and monitoring framework, enabling more evidence-based policy making and stronger accountability implementation. At the same time, our experience reminds that achievement sustainable development goals requires accelerated action. Developing countries continue to face challenging into finance, technology access, debate burns, and capacity constraint. Therefore, international solidarity is more important than ever. We call for enhanced climate finance, scale up technology transfer, strength capacity building, and greater support for the integrated approach that deliver both climate and sustainable development outcomes. Investment, in climate resilience, clean energy, nature-based solution, and sustainable infrastructure can generate multiple benefits across the SDG while advancing objective for the Paris Agreement. Mr. Chair, we would have less than 5 years remaining to achieve the 2030 agenda, only narrow window to keep the goal of Paris Agreement within each. Let us therefore renew our collective commitment, multilateralism, strength, partnership, and accelerated implementation. Sri Lanka remains committed to working with the partners, building future founded on the peace, solidarity, sustainability, and shared prosperity for the present future generation. Sri Lanka in very strong position with the 2030 agenda, and also we passed the Environmental Act with the amendment, especially to control the water pollution, control the air pollution, sounds, and protect the wetland. And also the most important thing is extended producer responsibility. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I am now delighted to invite His Excellency Mr. Sanoy Boyzuda, Deputy Foreign Minister of Tajikistan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, very good morning to you. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. The Republic of Tajikistan highlights today's discussion and express its appreciation to the organizers for convening this timely meeting on recommitting to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We gather at a time when the world faces multiple and interconnected challenges. Climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, natural disasters, food insecurity, and geopolitical tensions continue to undermine sustainable development efforts and threaten hard-won progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. In this context, Tajikistan firmly believes that the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda remain the most comprehensive and universally agreed frameworks for advancing sustainable development, strengthening resilience, and fostering international cooperation. The implementation requires renewed political commitment, enhanced multilateralism, and concrete action at all levels. Tajikistan is among the countries most vulnerable to climate change. As a mountainous country, we are witnessing the rapid melting of glaciers, which constitute the primary source of fresh water in Central Asia. According to national assessments, more than 1,000 glaciers have already disappeared over the past decades, creating significant risks for water availability, ecosystems, agriculture, and the livelihoods of millions of people. Recognizing the urgency of these challenges, Tajikistan has consistently promoted the global water and climate agenda within the United Nations. At our initiative, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the resolution proclaiming 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation and designated the 21st of March as the World Day of Glaciers. Furthermore, based on the mandates of the mentioned resolution, Tajikistan hosted the first high-level international conference on glacier preservation in May 2025, which constituted an important international platform for dialogue, advanced scientific cooperation, and further strengthen collective efforts to address this urgent global challenge. Tajikistan remains committed to fulfilling its obligations under the Paris Agreement. Through our nationally determined contributions, we are implementing measures aimed at climate mitigation and adaptation, disaster risk reduction, environmental protection, and the transition towards a green and resilient economy. Our country generates more than 98% of its electricity from renewable hydropower sources, making Tajikistan one of the world's leading producers of green energy. At the same time, we continue to invest in a sustainable infrastructure, clean energy, ecosystem restoration, and climate resilient development. However, no country can address climate challenges alone. We therefore call for strengthened international solidarity, increased climate finance, enhanced technology transfer, and capacity building support, particularly for developing countries and countries with special vulnerabilities. Peace and sustainable development are mutually reinforcing. Without peace, there can be no sustainable development, and without sustainable development, there can be no lasting peace. The international community must therefore redouble its efforts to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter, strengthen multilateral cooperation, and promote dialogue and diplomacy. Dear colleagues, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda requires a renewed spirit of partnership and collective responsibility. We must accelerate efforts to achieve the SDGs by mobilizing resources, fostering innovation, empowering women and youth, and ensuring equal opportunities for all. Tajikistan remains committed to working closely with all partners in advancing climate action, protecting water resources, promoting sustainable development, and strengthening international cooperation. Let us reaffirm our shared commitment to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, and work together to regain peace, solidarity, sustainability, and prosperity for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boisuta. We are now honored to receive a special address from Mr. Liu Zhenmin, Special Envoy for Climate Change of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Liu, the floor is yours.
Okay. Excellencies, honorable ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to join you all in this event, in this vibrant city of Bangkok. First of all, I wish to extend my warm congratulations on the convening of the 7th Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank ASCAP for hosting this 7th conference. I'm honored to have contributed to the initiation of this process during my service as USG for DESA, jointly with Patricia Ospinosa, then the Executive Secretary of UNFCCC. I'm delighted to see that since its first session convened in Copenhagen in 2019, this conference has evolved into a vital platform for building consensus on the synergies between Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my high appreciation to the colleagues of UNDESA and the UNFCCC Secretariat for their dedicated effort to supporting this process. This is my first time to participate in this conference. In my national capacity today, let me share with you some brief observations. First, strengthening synergies of climate change action with achievement of 2030 Agenda requires dedicated efforts for a lifetime. Looking back at the history of our human development, we, the human beings, have made great economic achievement, but have also paid price for environmental degradation, global climate change, and biodiversity loss. We have moved from protection of the environment to sustainable development consistently, but that is not enough. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement by the world leaders in 2015 was a landmark achievement in human development. Unfortunately, the world has suffered from the geopolitical tensions, unilateralism, and protectionism ever since 2017, inflicting severe setbacks on international cooperation in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. It was recognized in 2018 among UN colleagues that it was difficult for UN agencies to avoid geopolitical tensions, but it was important for them to make up for the technical gap in the implementation of both the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. The process of strengthening synergies was initiated to keep both UN agencies and the member states to address economic and social development, the global climate and environment challenges in a synergistic manner, in line with broader sustainable development. In my view, this global conference has contributed to that objective, but further efforts are needed to help translate the recognition of the synergies into systematic delivery. Second, global climate governance serves as a pivotal anchor for delivering sustainable development goals. Over the past 3 decades since the 1992 UNFCCC, global climate governance has driven systemic transformations across energy mixes, industrial structures, economic and financial architectures, since 2016. Over 140 countries have announced their carbon neutrality goals in following up the Paris Agreement. And a growing number of countries have recognized that green, low-carbon development would be a irreversible global trend. It has been also recognized that climate action can unlock co-benefits to advance multiple SDGs targets, including poverty eradication, food security, and universal energy access. Many state parties have now updated their nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, for 2035, which might overhaul national economic and social operating models and deliver robust backing for the integrated implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Third, global energy transition injects fresh momentum into achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. As outlined in the 2025 Sustainable Development Goals report, of the 199 SDG targets which could be assessed, only 18% are on track. In contrast, 48% of targets show insufficient progress, while 18% have regressed below 2015 baseline levels. Dear colleagues, meeting all SDGs targets by 2030 remains an immense challenge, with developing countries disproportionately hampered by weak baseline and limited access to financing, technology, and capacity. However, we must acknowledge that with the rapid scaling of clean energy worldwide, the energy system transformation has become the centerpiece of the broader shift in development paradigm in all countries. The Paris Agreement will remain a legal document for guiding global carbon neutrality around mid of this century, and the energy transition process will be helpful in facilitating the achievement of many of the targets under the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, it should be reminded that 2030 Agenda has a time frame until 2030. In view of the critical importance of continued implementation of the SDGs in all countries, even beyond 2030, and in view of the impossibility of negotiating a better document than 2030 under the current geopolitical tensions, we, the member states, must find a feasible approach to keep the 2030 Agenda alive beyond 2030. In this respect, it would be critical for member states to make good use of the UN General Assembly to decide to extend the time frame of 2030 Agenda beyond 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the beginning of the second decade of the implementation of the Paris Agreement. As the focus of the global climate governance shifts from negotiations to implementation, we must fully leverage climate action to accelerate the integrated implementation of both the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, including by working collectively to secure meaningful outcomes at COP31 to be convened later this year. The following areas of action are suggested. First, to amplify the irreversible wave of green and low carbon transition and sustain unified political momentum for multilateral climate cooperation. Second, to scale up targeted support to developing countries and boost their national efforts on climate mitigation and adaptation. In this respect, developed countries are urged to take the lead to deliver their committed annual support of $300 billion for climate finance. Third, to advance in-depth dialogue on climate trade linkages and jointly cultivate an international trading environment that enables the unimpeded flow of green and low-carbon goods and technologies. Fourth, to establish inclusive just transition mechanism to help developing countries address transition-related hardships, narrowing rather than widening the North-South development divide. Fifth, to strike a balanced approach between energy security and energy decarbonization. The recent crisis in the Strait of Hormuz delivers a stark lesson that energy transition must never compromise energy security. We need to pursue a just, orderly, and equitable energy transition grounded in respect of national circumstances. The principle of establishing new systems before phasing out old ones, and a smooth cross-border collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, guided by the Xi Jinping thought on ecological civilization, China has embedded climate action into the overarching development framework of ecological civilization and the national economic social planning, accelerating the mainstreaming of green production and consumption patterns nationwide. The outline of the 15th Five-Year Plan for National Economic and Social Development of China further clarifies our guiding principle for sustainable development, which is to coordinate well among the 4 areas of action, including carbon reduction, pollution abatement, ecological restoration, and inclusive growth, anchored by striving for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. China has built the world's fastest expanding renewable energy capacity alongside the largest industrial supply chain for new energy technologies. Over the past decade, China has played an indispensable role in reducing the global cost of wind and photovoltaic power generation by more than 60% and 80% respectively. Within the framework of South-South cooperation, China stands ready to help and to provide feasible support to fellow developing countries. In September 2021, President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Development Initiative, the GDI, at the UN General Assembly with the objective of accelerating the delivery of the 2030 Agenda. And China's promotion, the GDI has mobilized over $23 billion to support financing for the global South economies, with more than 1,800 joint cooperation projects delivered, tens of thousands of capacity building activities rolled out, and with over 200,000 professional practitioners across all sectors being trained. China welcomes all stakeholders to continue their engagement in supporting GDI cooperation projects to jointly advance synergistic delivery of climate action and sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, as President Xi has observed, we are living in an age rife with challenges, but it is also an age full of hope. Let us remain united to advance consistent delivery of the sustainable development goals, advance the building of a community with a shared future for mankind, and preserve a clean and a livable planet for our future generations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Liu. Indeed, it is a pleasure to have you with us again at this conference. We will now hear a message from His Excellency Mr. Andre Correa do Lago, President of UNFCCC COP30. Let me also highlight that Brazil was the host of the 5th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies in 2024. Let us hear the message from Mr. do Lago.
Hello, I'm Andre Correa do Lago. I'm president of COP30, and I'm sorry I cannot join you all in Bangkok, but I wanted to send a brief message to stress how important the 7th conference is for the synergies between climate and the SDGs. SDGs have a very special place in my heart since they were approved at Rio Plus 20. And obviously climate also, for many years, I have worked with climate, and I think that these synergies are absolutely key. And we've been working on that since the Brazilian G20, and I believe that we are getting closer and closer to those objectives. And COP30 contributed immensely to that effort, not only because the Brazilian presidency obviously wants to bring together not only the Rio conferences, but also the SDGs, but mostly because the connection between the SDGs and climate are now formally necessary because we approved the mechanism for just transition. And for just transition, there is no better reference than the SDGs. So I'm very much looking forward to see the results of that meeting, and I really hope that it will be as productive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delago. From the background, I recognize he was in the SPs in Bonn. We really appreciate that message, given the hectic times and the busy schedule that he has this year, to provide us with that message, and look forward to continuing collaboration with Brazil. Esteemed colleagues, excellencies, we will now proceed with the last portion of today's high-level segment. We will proceed with the launch of the Asia-Pacific Synergy Report, Advancing Synergistic Solutions to the Triple Planetary Crisis and the Sustainable Development Goals. As mentioned by previous speakers, this is a joint collaboration between United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Environment Programme, the Asia Development Bank, and the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, with support from the Ministry of Environment of Japan. To commence the launch, it is my honor to invite a video message from His Excellency Mr. Hirotaka Ishihara, Minister of the Environment of Japan.
Good morning, distinguished participants. I'm Ishihara Hirotaka, Minister of the Environment of Japan. I would like to express my deep appreciation to everyone at UN DESA, UNFCCC, and UNSK for their dedicated effort in organizing this conference. As we tackle the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, we need to take integrated approaches and minimize trade-off so we can achieve the SDGs. At UNEA 6 in 2024, UNEA 7 last year, Japan proposed Synergy resolution aimed at contributing to the achievement of the SDGs, and both were adopted. This resolution encouraged the stressing of synergies when implementing environment agreements and other instruments, thereby contributing to the SDGs. To effectively implement the concept of the synergies on the ground, it is important to have approaches tailored to the natural and socio-economic conditions of each region. Japan has collaborated with partners such as UN Escape, ADB, and JICA to support development of the Asian Pacific Synergy Report, which brings together good practice and policy guidance reflecting the perspectives and values of the Asian Pacific regions. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the launch of this report today and express my deep appreciation to all those involved in its preparation, including the dedicated authors, governments that provided case studies, and organizations and stakeholders that provided various forms of the support. As will be introduced later, this report contains more than 100 practical cases provided by government and clearly presents key insights derived from these cases in order to promote synergies. I'm confident that examples in this report will serve as a useful guide for the wide range of the stakeholders at various levels, including international organizations, national governments, local authorities, and the private sector, when they promote the implementation of the synergies on the ground. In closing, I hope this report through UN DESA, UNFCCC, UN ESCAPE, and so on, serves the chance to create a new wave in the synergies originating from the Asian Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me also highlight Japan was the host of the 3rd Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies in 2022, and we look forward to continue our collaboration with Japan. I now have the honor to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Ali-Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver remarks on behalf of the report partners. Madam.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, it is my great pleasure on behalf of ESCAP and its partners to launch the Asia-Pacific Synergies Report. At the outset, I wish to thank the partner organizations of the report, namely the Asian Development Bank, the United Nations Environment Programme, and the Institute for Global Environmental Studies for their strong collaboration throughout this process, and to the government of Japan for its generous support in making this report possible. This is the first report of its kind for Asia and the Pacific and comes at an important moment for our region. The report identifies practical pathways for action across climate change, biodiversity conservation, pollution reduction, and sustainable development. Importantly, this is not simply an analytical report. It is intended as a practical guide for policymakers and practitioners, drawing on more than 140 case studies from across the region, including 36 which are featured in the report. It demonstrates that synergistic approaches are already being implemented in diverse national as well as local contexts across the region. The report also informed the deliberations at the 9th session of the ESCAP Committee on Environment and Development, which will start tomorrow, and has provided the evidence base for member states to negotiate and agree to a regional program of action on advancing synergies for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific for the period 2026 until 2030, to be adopted by the committee. I invite all participants to read the report, which I hope will inspire stronger partnership and accelerate action towards a more resilient, inclusive, as well as sustainable future for our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. We will now view a short video highlighting the report's key findings, strategic recommendations, and messages.
Home to nearly 5 billion people, 60% of the world's population, Asia and the Pacific is a region of extraordinary dynamism, diversity, and possibility. From the peaks of the Himalayas to the coral reefs of the Pacific, from megacities to small island states, this region holds some of the planet's most valuable natural and human resources. But the region is at a decisive moment. Progress on the SDGs has slowed, and Asia and the Pacific is currently not on track to achieve them, especially those related to the environment. The triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, is intensifying. 70% of global air pollution-related deaths occur here. Climate change is already reshaping livelihoods, widening inequality, and placing the greatest burdens on those with the least. fragmented responses have not been enough. Addressing climate, biodiversity, pollution, and development in isolation leaves critical opportunities untapped. But these interconnected crises point to an interconnected solution. When we address challenges together, we can generate outcomes greater than the sum of their parts. This is the power of synergies. Synergies come from intentional alignment of policies, finance, data, and governance to deliver multiple benefits for people, nature, and climate. The Asia-Pacific Synergies Report, produced by the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, the United Nations Environment Programme, and the Asian Development Bank, with the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies as Secretariat, draws on 36 case studies and over 150 examples from across the region. It identifies 4 transformation pathways. First, health-centered climate action, linking climate solutions to cleaner air, safer temperatures, and more resilient food systems. Second, nature-positive nexus approaches, managing the connections between food, water, climate, and biodiversity to protect ecosystems and support livelihoods. Third, circular economy approaches, reducing pollution through resource efficiency and circular systems across key sectors. And fourth, cities as delivery platforms. More than half the population of Asia and the Pacific live in urban areas where integrated planning across transport, energy, water, and housing turns national ambition into local impact. Delivering synergies requires an enabling environment, aligned finance, integrated data systems, and governance that moves from coordination to implementation. It also requires regional cooperation to share knowledge, align approaches, and scale solutions. The region can turn interconnected crises into opportunities for transformation. This report provides a roadmap for that transformation. The time to act is now.
We will now hear a video message from Ms. Inger Anderson, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme.
For UNEP, enhancing synergies amongst the global and regional multilateral environmental agreements and strengthening coordination across their implementation is a strategic priority. The Asia-Pacific Synergies report comes at a critical moment, because while the Asia-Pacific region has achieved remarkable development progress, the region remains off track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and the region is also facing an escalating impact of climate change as well as biodiversity loss and pollution. This report, therefore, demonstrates that synergies are not simply an institutional aspiration. They are a practical tool for solutions, for that solutions agenda. By better aligning policies, investments, institutions, data, and partnerships, countries can generate multiple benefits across climate, nature, land degradation, pollution, health, livelihoods, resilience, and so on, while reducing fragmentation and duplication. And importantly, this work supports the mandates of UNEA Resolution 6/4 and UNEA Resolution 7/5, which both call for promoting synergies, cooperation, and collaboration in the national implementation of the multilateral environmental agreements and other environmental instruments. It also highlights the important role of regional and sub-regional bodies in advancing coordinated implementation. In this way, the report helps to translate global commitments into practical regional cooperation and country-level action. This is more than a knowledge product. It can act as a catalyst for cooperation, offering concrete case studies as well as recommendations to support national planning and regional frameworks. We at UNEP, we remain very committed to helping and supporting countries move from fragmented action to integrated implementation through capacity building, knowledge exchange, policy coherence, and whole of government, whole of society approaches. My deep thanks to our colleagues and partners at the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, to the Asian Development Bank, to the Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, and the Ministry of the Environment of Japan for their partnership in developing this report, as well as the valuable contributions of the many authors, reviewers, and practitioners from across the region. I encourage you all to use the discussion at the 9th ESCAP Committee on the Environment and Development to turn this report's evidence into action, scaling up synergistic solutions that advance the SDGs and help address our global goals.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I now have the honor to invite our senior representatives of partner or institutions for the report to come to the stage for the formal launch of the Asia-Pacific Synergy Report and the official commemorative photographer. Let me announce their names. His Excellency, Mr. Dua Kentaro, Vice Minister for Global Environment Affairs, Ministry of Environment of Japan. Ms. Armita Salia, Ali Shabana, Undersecretary General of ESCAP. Professor Takeyoshi, President of Institute for Global Environmental Studies. Mr. Yevgeny Zhukov, Director General of Climate Change and Sustainable Development of the Asia Development Bank. And Ms. Chen Sering, Regional Director and Representative for Asia Pacific of the United Nations Environment Program. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our high-level segment. Please join me in a round of applause for our distinguished ministers and senior representatives for their powerful statements and their continued leadership on climate and sustainable development. I now would like to ask all senior representatives and speakers of the high-level segment to please come join the stage for a group photo.
Thank you everyone for joining us this morning. We will have a short break until 11:15. Our break will be until 11:15. We come back to this room afterwards. Thank you so much.
ஓகேவா? அப்படியே கேண்டில் ஃபுல்லது கவர் ஆகுற மாதிரி இருக்கு. அப்படியே கேண்டில் அப்படியே எடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கு.
Hello, colleagues. The session will be starting shortly. It is the high-level segment 2, Strengthening Resilience in Times of Volatility, Fiscal Policies and Sustainable Financing for Synergistic Solutions. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It's a great honor to be moderating this high-level panel. It's always difficult to get people in after coffee, but I think if we make a start, people will come and join us. So I think this morning, from all of our speakers, I think a common theme that came through was finance. And at recent meetings of the UNFCCC, particularly at COP29, we had the agreement of the new collective quantified goal on finance, which includes the target of trying to mobilize 300 billion a year in climate finance, up from the 100 billion. But of course, at the same time that we agreed that new collective quantified goal, things have changed drastically in the global economy. We've seen some countries moving away from a multilateral approach in general, but also many rich countries reducing the amount they've given in overseas assistance, and also to some of the climate funds. On top of that, of course, we have important shocks that we've had recently on trade and to the global economy, not least with the conflict in Western Asia. So in that context, it's really important to think about what the implications for finance are, in particular in relation to development and climate action. So in that context, it's really a pleasure to have a fantastic panel with us. I'll introduce them sequentially as we go through, but I'm going to start with Mr. Yevgeny Zhukov, who's the Director General of Climate Change and Sustainable Development at the Asian Development Bank. And Yevgeny, what I'd like to ask you, perhaps maybe just to get us going, is what do you think the implications may the recent global energy price shocks have on climate finance, and how could any negative impacts be mitigated? So an easy question for you to start with.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me first quickly reflect on the impact of this energy crisis on Asia and Pacific as we see it in ADB. In end of May, we updated our growth and inflation projections for the region, and we now project that for this year, the growth in Asia and Pacific is expected to slow down from 5.1 to 4.7%, while inflation probably will experience a significant increase, more specifically from about 3 to about 5.2%, which is quite a significant number. And there are 5 or 6 venues where we see that the region is being impacted. Of course, Asia Pacific is quite disproportionately exposed to Middle East crisis, because more than 80% of our energy supply and crude oil imports are coming through the Strait of Hormuz. And delays and shortfalls in physical deliveries have had impact on the cost of air and marine transport. And of course, the impact has been directly felt by many consumers in the world, including people probably in this room. In the second area of impact we've seen is the food security. And of course, we've seen that the global fertilizer prices have significantly increased from the onset of the crisis. And that will have impact, maybe not immediate, but in a few months on the planting, how the planting season goes, and this could further drive the food prices and reduce fertilizer use, which will decrease the yields and store kind of and bring us the more kind of food crisis in the future, especially if we couple it with the upcoming El Nino impact. Also, we see that financial conditions have tightened, and that money are flowing to safety, money flowing into the US dollars. And that means that the countries in the region, that they have the currencies been depreciating, which also impacts the inflations. And last two areas I'd like to mention of various impact, remittances. Middle East, of course, is the destination for many workers from the region, and the flow of these workers and also the flow of the remittances has been significantly affected by the ongoing crisis. And the last area, of course, is the tourism, because in the last few years the countries in the Gulf have significant tourist destinations. This is also impacting being impacted quite significantly. So coming back to your original main question, what's impact to climate finance? So we see actually two contradictory trends. On one hand, because of the high inflation, depreciation of local currencies, and more difficult economic conditions, the fiscal situation in the countries in the region is worsening, which impacts how much money they can spend on climate finance. But on the other hand, we see that this crisis presents strategic opportunity because it's making more case for diversification from the fossil fuels to cleaner and more resilient energy systems. So we see that in fact that the current investment trends support that, and we see that investments in renewable energy actually now double of what they in fossil energy. So things are moving in that direction. So I think ultimately we can say that this crisis exposes the risk of energy import dependence and make it clear that today's policy choices would impact and shape long-term resilience. So in ADB we recognize the regional vulnerability, and already as of middle of last month, more than 15 countries in the region requested for ADB's assistance to deal with the impact of the crisis. ADB President Kanda already announced that we will be deploying at least $4 billion to address the issues, immediate issues of the dealing with the crisis, of which $3 billion to the public sector and $1 billion to the private sector for the trade, especially for trade finance schemes. But I think the region also needs to look at kind of forward to the medium term, what to do in the future to make sure that the situation doesn't repeat itself. And several initiatives been advanced, including in the case of ADB, we are proposing a support to significantly increase the regional energy resilience through so-called ASEAN Power Grid Initiative. And we already announced that we will plan to invest at least $50 billion into this. So this will enable cross-border power trade and will help to integrate renewable power at scale, making the region more resilient. I'll stop here.
That's great. Thank you very much. I think you set the scene really well there. I mean, you sort of outlined, particularly for this part of the world, some of the recent impacts of sort of reduction in GDP while inflation is going up, and several shocks, the transport shock, food security, remittances, tourism. But happily, you also outlined some positives that deal with the reduced fiscal space, including the acceleration of renewable energy deployment and the highlighting of the risks of energy dependence on fossil fuels, but also the availability of this $4 billion and the ASEAN initiative. So some positives there, not just negatives. So I'd like to turn now to our next speaker, who is Tanya Porn. I'm just going to call you Tanya. Sorry. Very difficult surname to pronounce, but you're the Executive Director of the Global Compact Network here in Thailand, so it's really wonderful to be in your beautiful country. So I think it would be good to really hear from you about mobilizing finance and what the Global Compact is doing here in the current situation that we've heard of. So please, over to you, Tanya.
Thanks so much. From the UN Global Compact, we are the organizer of the collective input from the institution like bank and also the private sector. So in Thailand, we have a good network between the large firm corporate who had seen the opportunities, and also we had a membership from the SME who going to be impact based on the economics and so also the climate change. On mobilizing finance and move to the adapting of these concept into the adaptation fund a little bit. So adapting to the climate change require to address both graduate shift from the environment impact and also the increasing frequency of extreme weather impact. So both of the concern most critical for adjust the way how could we invest the money. For example, we had mentioned together how can we talk with the bank, government of Thailand, the central bank, Bank of Thailand, and also the TBA, the Thai Bank Association, about how could we mobilize this money. It should be long term. But immediately we know that the impact from Super El Nino is coming by the end of November this year to Southeast Asia. However, the funding is not coming yet. How could we ensure that we need to request the new source of the money to really prevent the risk, not only to decarbonize or mitigate the risk? So we had discussed about the infrastructure investment. How about the infrastructure or construction that help to be sure that we could manage the water, such as dike, seawall, flood barrier, coastal protection, robust irrigation for the farmer. We had seen the potential as well for the food system crisis, for the food insecurity, because Super El Nino come this year. We have opportunity to set up the farm, but the productivity and the yield significantly will be dropped based on the drought situation. So we now think about the public policy and regulation that it may not soon enough to make any change, like a farming system, right? So the money from the private sector would help to mitigate that issue by sometimes we link with the urban planning and discuss about disaster management. So to be specific, I'd like to go through a little bit about what should be the opportunity as an idea, that's going to be synergies from the discussion. The first one, if you like to think on the long term, and I'll come back to the short term later. The long term is environment tax reform and fiscal buffer. So we need to ensure that implementing the environment and carbon tax that align with the private cost of the greenhouse gas. So we had some company already start on their carbon price, calculate it at their own product and services, and then using a generate revenue to invest those kind of directly climate resilient infrastructure. They put the carbon price into the company and evaluate which project that would be good enough to invest further, based on the opportunity that carbon price will be increased in the future. Second is part of the state contingency debt instrument. This is not easy because we had seen that the debt itself is a lot already in the country like us. And to pause the debt repayment with the natural disaster or severe economic shock, it will be very difficult. For example, we think about some of the country in Latin America that link the repayment of the climate disaster, ensuring that the resource can be immediately redirected toward the recovery to support these people who are affected. And for the last example, in Thailand, we had a green bond and sustainability linked bond. It's just issued early this year, and also many years ago we had the collective amount of the Thailand country in Southeast Asia countries, such as the bond that finance sustainability on sustainable infrastructure and the climate resilience projects. So sustainability linked bond is also tied linked with the KPI and performance outcome from the company. For example, Thai Union, when they had a lot of business on the seafood. So they have a very good incentive that provide a financial incentive to work on sustainability projects like sea change to secure the local community among the climate change. So this kind of be mobilize the money, not only for investor, but the company themselves think about the preventive of the disaster and the risk recovery. For the last example, we had the framework. So if those company from the network of the Global Compact, they can do by themselves, they go ahead with the green bond, sustainability linked bond. But to do together with the UN and UNDP, we have an integrated national finance framework, INFF. ADB also came to be supportive as a consultant a few years ago. So the INFF is ensure the maximum of the impact. When we calculate, several countries adopt the INFF as strategic alignment of mobilize the money. It's strategically to the area that is the most concerned. but we don't have government money. We don't have enough investors. So we need to include this kind of the public budget and the private sector budget to reserve these to mobilize into the program. For example, the national adaptation priorities and the risk assessments. So this is a way to mobilize to the area that we may not touch before.
Thank you so much. Highlighting the importance of adaptation, in particular in areas such as infrastructure and investment, and we also heard about food system security, but of course the importance of the private sector in that, and highlighting particular policy options such as carbon pricing and green bonds. So it's great to hear that happening right here in Thailand. So next, I'd like to go to Mr. Subrata Sinya, who's Deputy Regional Director at UNEP Asia and the Pacific Office. And what I'd like to ask you is, we've just come out of an important set of meetings in London at the London Climate Action Week, and it would be really interesting to hear from you what recent initiatives have been announced, particularly including from the Global Roundtable convened by UNFFI in London earlier this month. So over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Actually, the last week we had this 19th UNEP Finance Initiative Global Roundtable. It was held in London 23rd to 25th of June. That is alongside with this London Climate Action Week. And it was convened, so over 500 institutions in person, spanning banks, insurers, investors, central banks, and regulators attended this roundtable. And those of you may not be aware about UNEP Finance Initiative. Before going to the key messages of that, because this just held, so I will just provide some of the key messages came out from this London workshop, but maybe London roundtable. But before that, just for our information, what UNEP FI, the Finance Initiative, does is the helping the financial system channel capital towards climate resilient, nature positive, and low carbon development pathways through sustainable finance taxonomies, and also the transition, supporting transition to finance framework, climate and nature risks disclosure, net zero banking, and insurance alliance, adaptation taxonomies, and various innovative, the principal insurance solutions. So several examples in the region, but I will come afterwards. But just to see some of the messages that has come out from that roundtable. One is that the climate and nature risks are accelerating, as we know the science says that the impact is increasing, and it has kind of the climate, nature, water, the critical minerals now form a kind of single interconnected risk landscape. So basically, which is reflecting, these are reflecting in this expectation of the credit losses and risk management, as we know. And the transition, and the second message is transition is becoming disorderly, because number of countries in this region has already pursuing this transition pathways, and that has, because of these uncertainties, so climate financing on the it has a big impact on the climate financing. So basically the political willingness to act is weakening, even as the risks rise exponentially. So this basically, so we must reset our understanding of risks and resilience and accelerate coherent rules, standards, and procedures reforms to avoid fragmentations. The third message has come out from this roundtable is that opportunities sit on the other side of risk. Who can take risk at this challenging time? So institutions that understands the sustainability risks are best positioned to finance the transition. The climate action strengthens energy security, circular economy solutions, mass scale, and hard-to-abate sectors need enabling policy. Targets matter, but operationalizing them through credible transition paths and financing flows matter most. The last message, the broad message is talking about the leadership and system-level action will determine competitiveness. Sustainability is fundamental to planetary resource and energy security, and therefore the economic and financial stability is important. So we need transformational finance, stronger collaboration, and the first mover who saw action, agency in action. Those who lead will shape the market, strengthen resilience, and define the competitiveness of institutions and countries. But good part was that the whole discussion in the roundtable is now moving towards from the risks to the resilience. So these are very positive directions. And we see the progressiveness of our many of the banks. Say we have been working around India, China, Japan, Singapore, India, and the investors, insurance, and also the stock exchange. So is a clear kind of trends coming out on this towards the resilience in this process. Basically, what's UNEP's role is basically to provide the science, to bringing science into that, and convening partnership and support policy reform, strengthen access to finance, and help countries deliver practical solutions. So that's basically we have been doing, and there are many practical examples. If there are times that we can put forward something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reporting back from the key messages from your London convening. So the messages I got here is that climate and nature impacts are increasing and that the transition is becoming disorderly, but there are opportunities there for those that understand the transition and who are willing to lead. And of course, the important role that UNEP has in shepherding those climate resilient pathways. So thank you very much for that. Last but not least, I'd like to turn to Ms. Maria Holzberg, who's Deputy Regional Director of UN Women, Asia and the Pacific. And I'd like to ask you, entrepreneurship is an important engine of economic activity and sustainable development, and women entrepreneurs play a pivotal role. Do women entrepreneurs have adequate access to project and development finance? I think probably the answer is no, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit more.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for also answering it, so it will be easy and we can all go for lunch. Actually, I'd ask what you all think, and I would offer my response, which is no, because, but there's also another response, which is yes, but. So both truths are at the same time, and I'm really honored to be here with such esteemed colleagues, because I think this has been a really great interventions thus far. So the no, because, which is, do women entrepreneurs have adequate access to project and development finance? No, because. The issue, in our opinion, is that it's not only the volume of money, of finance being mobilized, but it is about how this volume is allocated, structured, and assessed, used. So the financial architecture, as outlined here today, and we've heard some excellent examples, it's designed around requirements that many women entrepreneurs are structurally less able to meet. And this includes, number one, large transaction size. So you want big money moving because it makes sense to do that, right? Bigger scale impact. You want formal documentation. Okay, you need that because you're an important bank, etc. You need accreditation requirements of the entrepreneur, right? And you need market access. All of these things women entrepreneurs have barriers to producing. Inexplicably, to UN Women's perspective, and despite evidence against this, investing in women seems risky. Not sure why this is the case. We have ample evidence to show that's not the case, but it's still structurally the narrative, right? Not in places like this and not verbally, but when you sit with the requirements and you're sitting at an investment space, this is what women entrepreneurs are hearing. Or they don't even hear that there's an opportunity for investment. From a women's economic empowerment perspective, it's clear that finance cannot be separated from the wider economy where women operate, okay? So now we're again talking about these structural issues. So globally, and also echoed in this region, nearly 60% of women's employment is in the informal economy. We know what informal economy is, right? That is the opposite of what we've now talked about in terms of financing opportunities, et cetera. It's the opposite of accreditation. It's an opposite of formal documentation. Also, women spend 2.5 times as many hours per day as men on unpaid care and domestic work. Hence, you as the women entrepreneurs, you just don't maybe have enough time to get that formal documentation and accreditation requirements that you need for the accessing of the financing. Then women continue to face unequal access to land, property, digital tools, skills, markets, and social protection. You've heard this, and as soon as you hear someone from UN Women speak, you kind of start droning because you're thinking that this is the stuff that they will say. So I've now said those words. Now I want to move to the yes, but section, because the question was whether there's enough finance, and we have an example, and there's multiple of this. So I will tote our horn, UNEP's and UN Women's horn, but there are other examples. We have a program called Women for Climate Resilient Societies, which really looks at ensuring access to blended finance opportunities for women entrepreneurs, linked with an enabling environment that touches on these points that I've raised about access and land and accreditation, etc. Because, as I said, we know that women entrepreneurs are insufficiently reflected in data systems, in project design, and in credit assessment. So the way we're providing the way we're targeting to get the women to apply, is actually the challenge. So the program builds on these type of challenges, and we're so excited that we have established a regional financing facility that's targeted only women-led entrepreneurs. And it has secured $53 million in blended finance. Now, the challenge is not, there's $53 million for women entrepreneurs in resilient, climate resilient enterprises. It's about how we as a collective can find the entrepreneurs to receive the funding, right? So until we've matched, we have not been successful. It's not just about unlocking the finance. We see that finance needs to be adequate, it needs to be affordable, appropriately timed, and usable. And it really needs to look at what the enterprise is developed as, because they have many shapes and sizes. So, to close, the answer to the question is no, but yes, because there are solutions. And the fact that we're here talking about this, and we will try to get you all to get more engaged, so ask some difficult questions to us, this is the start of that.
Thank you so much for expanding on my very short answer at the beginning. You highlighted a number of challenges, in particular allocation, access, the perception of investment in women being risky, and largely these challenges emanating from the fact that the majority of women entrepreneurs are working in the informal economy, but also giving some ways forward, including the regional financing facilities. So again, good to end on positives. We're going to go and have a second round of questions for the panel, but I'm just letting the audience know there will be a chance to ask questions if you have them. Oh gosh, we have lots. Maybe we should just go to the questions. Ashna, if you want to, this lady here in the front row, her hand up was first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kafe. My name is Dewi Permatasari. I am Indonesian. Basically, I'm a practitioner for sustainability. and which are conducting capacity building for local community, integrating that with corporate social responsibility to industries and company, so they can bridge between the SDGs initiative. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Subrata Sinha regarding the enabler of the acceleration of the achievement for the SDGs, especially under UNEP Asia Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you. Just I come straight, we have lack of time, so I straight go to the Indonesia example since you asked. So basically, we are working with the banking sector just to accelerate the working with the Indonesian, one of the banks. The number of things going on around the principle of responsible banking and principle of responsible insurance in the banks, and also but to bring this international standard in the responsible banking, and also bringing different guidelines. One of the bank is example is here Bank Tabungam Nagara. So that improved the ESG rating system in the process of this collaboration. So, and also that guidelines and also the taxonomies that was worked with this bank that helped to reduce the risks and also improving or mobilizing more finance from the process, from the market. Thank you.
Hello, mabuhay. I am John from the Philippines. I'm working with the ASEAN under the Community Relations Division under Sustainable Energy and Enterprise Development for Communities. And my question is for Ms. Maria Holzberg. And by the way, thank you panelists for those wonderful insights. And yes, I want to return to a very striking point about the financial sector's hesitancy to fund women-led initiatives. When we discuss strengthening climate resilience, it is incredibly frustrating to hear that traditional financial institutions still view investing, especially investing in women, as risky. And in reality, women are those ones leading local climate adaptation on the ground and making them the most critical stakeholders in this entire transition. And by labeling them as high risk, we are ineffectively cutting off funding from the very people who drive sustainable solutions. So, Ms. Maria, could you please expound on how we can fundamentally change this negative risk perception within the development finance, or what simple changes can the banks, donors, and development funds makes right now to de-risk these investments and prove that funding women is actually a safe, stable, and smart bet for climate resilience? Thank you.
Thank you. You did my whole intervention, so that's great. Thank you for doing that. I very much appreciate your support in highlighting these issues. I think the easiest way to show that we can because it is a myth that investing in women is risky, as you very rightly pointed out. And the way to show this is by ensuring that the programs that do exist that are targeted for women entrepreneurs, for instance, that they show their progress, so that we have the evidence to say you can invest in a women's led enterprise. You will get a return on that investment through this in this particular period. And you document those lessons learned, and then you share this with other investment banks, and that is how you. And this is actually the process that UN Women and UNEP did together in the Empower program, where we have been able to mobilize more funds than we had initially expected because we've been able to prove that these investments have been returned quickly. And I will use an example from Cambodia where a business took a loan of $250,000. That is quite a lot of money. They were able to repay it within 2 years. The funding was returned. And there's all these other spillover effects and bigger programmatic impacts, etc. But I'm just saying we have the proof that it works. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. We have a question.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Aurea Wan, Regional Officer of Environment in the International Civil Aviation Organization, short for ICAO, APAC Regional Office. My question is mainly towards Ms. Tanya and Mr. Subrata. I would like to take this opportunity to provide the perspectives of the international civil aviation on the discussion concerning aviation levies and climate finance. ICAO fully recognizes the urgent needs for enhanced financing to support climate and sustainable development objectives. At the same time, it is important to consider the unique global framework already established for international aviation and the implementation and additional levies may have on the sector's ability on financing its own decarbonization efforts. We would like to emphasize ICAO Assembly resolution currently in force, which states, while recognizing no effect efforts should be spared to obtain means to support the reduction and stabilization of CO2 emissions from all resources and emphasizing the needs for significantly financial resources to achieve aviation's clean energy transition, such as sustainable aviation fuel and the long-term aspirational goal, urge that ICAO and its member states express a clear concern through the UNFCCC and other relative processes on the use of international aviation as a potential resource for mobilization of revenue for climate finance to other sectors in order to ensure that international aviation would not be targeted as a resource for such revenue in a disproportionate manner. The achievement of ICAO's long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emission by 2050 and the implementation of ICAO global framework for aviation sector requires adequate financial resources within the international aviation sector itself, enabling it to effectively respond to the global climate change challenges. The growing commitment of member states and stakeholders to support ICAO assistant capacity building and training for sustainable aviation fuel program and state action plan initiative, as well as the ongoing operationalized ICAO FinWest Hub, also demonstrate the crucial role of financing resources in facilitating aviation decarbonization projects. Introducing new taxes or levies on the international aviation would not only result in disproportion in financial burdens on the sector, but also lead to a patchwork of regulation with adverse implications for its sustainable development. It is important to recall that the Assembly resolution, which determines that CORSIA, the carbon offsetting scheme for international aviation, is the only global market-based measure applying to CO2 emissions from international aviation, so as to avoid a possible patchwork of duplicative states or regional market-based measures, thus ensuring that international aviation CO2 emissions should be accounted for only once. Furthermore, new taxes and levies on international...
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, my question, I would just want to insist, my question is, what would you recommend for fiscal policy balance to grow interest in aviation-related levies as a source of climate and SD finance that needs to avoid duplicative measures, maintaining ICAO CORSIA as the global framework of international aviation emission and preserve the resource necessary for the sector itself? Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting the work of ICAO in the resolutions. And there was a question there. Maybe I'll let Tanya think about that. Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, CORSIA and the SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel, is one of the most important among the region. To do the traceability and ensure it's not duplicate counting of the carbon, we had implementing the traceability system. And of course, each of the service provider proved that the supply chain and the fuel that they came, like biofuel, the diesel bio, and also the cooking oil, the used oil, have to be traced to the original source. It's not come from the deforestation. It's not come from the new source of the oil, but it's gonna be only from the sustainable used oil or sustainable aviation fuel. So I think it's a good ecosystem that we try to do how to make it traceable. Thank you.
Thank you. A good example of a private sector involvement, but also the importance of tracing the sources so that we know that it's sustainable. We have more questions. Does anyone have a question for Yevgeny because he's feeling left out? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, moderator. So before anything else, my name is Sofia Castro. I'm a political economy scholar from the Philippines, representing the Global Youth Ambassador Society, but I'm also a daughter of a smallholder farmer in a province in the Philippines. So I highly appreciate the panel's focus on unlocking private sector funding for climate shocks like El Nino, because our farm has actually suffered from those effects. So, however, at the grassroots, circular innovators like us face a severe capital bottleneck. We absorb 100% of the transition risk out of pocket because commercial banks sometimes demand traditional hard asset collateral. So my question is, in this case, how can multilateral development banks institutionalize biological collateral for grassroots entrepreneurs in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like you should be on the panel, but Yevgeny, do you want to respond?
Okay. I'm not sure I can give you a direct answer because, frankly, I'm not an expert in this particular area. But just to mention that ADB institution is committed to increase its climate finance. So between 2013 and 2030, we've announced that we'll invest at least $100 billion US in climate finance. And recently we updated our target to say that 50% of our overall lending will be for that purpose, which actually will amount more than 100 billion. Last year alone, we provided about $14.8 billion for climate finance. Mind you, probably 3/4 of it was for public sector, but at least 1/4 of it was for the private sector, including in the Philippines where we are based. We do not necessarily work directly with the small companies, small farmers, because we don't have enough staff to do due diligence. But we do provide a number of wholesale financial facilities for local financial institutions in our countries, including in the Philippines, which in turn on lend to the smaller enterprises, including through the rural finance and microfinance. In terms of your specific question, using this as a collateral, let me reflect on that and let me consult with colleagues, and maybe we can get in touch, and maybe I can provide you a more direct answer in the next few days or weeks. Thank you.
It sounds like that the issue of meeting certain thresholds in order to gain access to finance, like Maria raised for women, is a sort of recurring theme. So we have lots of questions here. The lady in the back here.
Thank you. Hello, this is Mihaika from Pakistan, and I'm a graduate student in Asian Institute of Technology. So my question is from Ms. Maria. Women entrepreneurs go through a lot of changes in their life. Of course, they go through like their reproductive duties, their caregiving duties. So in policy making, do you consider these life stages and transformation that they go through, transitions, do you consider that for in women entrepreneurs while investing on them? Thank you.
Super quick. Hello. Yes. Thank you for another excellent question. Yes, there are many life changes that both men and women go through, and what we would obviously advocate for is a shared care burden for the family situation. So, but your question is specifically targeted, well, let's say you are a women entrepreneur who is then also a caregiver, etc., and or works in a business. So what we, together with the Global Compact and UN Women, promote is the women empowerment principles, which are embedded. It's a business transformation principle. We call it the WEPS. Every year there's a bigger award. It's very fancy, where we talk about building a business based on gender equality principles, meaning do you have child care provisions, maternity, paternity leave, these very, I want to say simple, but please don't quote me, but quite tangible measures that you can place in your business to ensure that women can engage and also fulfill all of what they're in their social norm space tells them to do. And we do advocate for a shared accountability of both men and women in caregiving, etc. That would be, so I would recommend you look up the WEPS, and actually in Pakistan there's a lot, it's a big initiative in Pakistan. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, very specific answer. I have a gentleman here.
Hi, myself Dr. Satish from India. Women from resource poor family. My question for Maria. Women from resource poor family is most vulnerable population because their livelihood is depend on agriculture and informal sector related to agriculture. Is there any possibility to recommend direct benefit transfer to that woman's in a recommendation for direct benefit transfer as a relief mechanism, and then reform in their livelihood option? Is there any recommendation, possibility of recommendation to direct benefit transfer to the vulnerable women in early stage, and then a reform in their livelihood option?
Thank you for the question. There's a number of recommendations and very good practices on technology transfer for the type of agriculture so what we know is that women are engaged in one type of agriculture, and usually of a smaller scale that may be quite, which is not very climate resilient. So they're quite vulnerable when there's a drought or there's flooding. There's a number, this is where the beauty of using technology, low carbon technology, in order to mitigate any of the climate shocks that happen in that environment. And for this, as my colleague just said, I'll get back to you. But no, what I will say is that there's many, many examples and clear recommendations on how to make small-scale agriculture much more sustainable using low-carbon technology. Thank you.
Thank you. I have time for one more. Is anyone at the back wanting to ask a question? This gentleman here, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, panel. Sorry for the confusion. So I'm Advaik. I represent the Major Group for Children and the Youth, and I'm the co-chair of the COP Research Group at the University of Toronto. So in 2025, global energy transition and investment reached a record of $2.3 trillion US. However, approximately 72% of climate finance is delivered via loans rather than grants, further increasing fiscal burdens on climate vulnerable and developing economics. My question is based specifically on local and indigenous communities like coal towns, oil-dependent nations, and petrostates, which need capital to transition, but lack the finances, credit ratings, and deal structuring capacity to assess these global capital markets. Thus, I wanted to ask that what are some sustainable pathways to DFIs, climate funds, and impact investors who can not just deploy capital, but also build on-ground relationships with these affected communities, which they currently often lack. Thank you.
May I bring some example how we empowering the private sector, not only from the investment, but they have a private banker and they have a lot of philanthropy. So for example, we have a lot of philanthropic effort that has seen as a foundation that building the ecosystem to support the local community. They don't seek for the money. They already transfer the lens from being purely profit driven to the area that they position themselves as a stakeholder engagement, and now it's a resilience driven. We had one of the mountainside north of Thailand, we call Nan. We have one of the bank invest a lot to help indigenous people and also stateless people over there to transform the province and prove that it's a resilience-driven investment. So it's a huge money, but it's claimed as philanthropy now, as of course, because they don't look for the return as money, but natural capital. So once you mention about the way of direct or mobilize the resource, natural capital is rich than the money. So if we can protect and support, recover the area from those provinces used to be kind of the drought based on a local monocrop farm like corn for the feed mill. So now it's turned around. It's not just physically change, but also community change. They have now a lot of new jobs. They grow a sustainable plantation like cocoa, avocado, and others, coffee. So I think it's a concept of setting up the ecosystem and viewpoint from the investor. They have a lot more money from philanthropy and the private banking as well.
Thank you. Nice to end with an example from here in Thailand. So I'm supposed to summarize the discussion, which I'm not going to do, but I think the panelists started off sort of describing the scale of the challenge that's to be overcome, but also each of you ended your original interventions with positive examples. And I think this Q&A session really allowed us to highlight the positives rather than only the challenges. Normally, we don't get any questions, but there were so many, and there's still some. I'm afraid we've run out of time. But I really would like to thank our panel, especially for being willing to take questions that we didn't know we were going to get. So thank you very much to all of you. And I think it's over to lunch now. Maybe Nadine will let us know. Thank you to our panel.
Thank you so much. We will have a lunch break now, and we resume at 2 p.m. I'm just have this slide up. So back in this room, we will have a roundtable C1 on regional approaches to synergies. It's going to be in-depth discussion of the report. Then in roundtable C2 will be in meeting room A. It's aligning climate and development pathways. It's on the NDCs. And then roundtable C3 will be on country platform in meeting room H. You're familiar with the rooms. They are a lower floor. You go take the escalators and you can find them. Please be back to all those 3 sessions at 2 p.m. After the parallel sessions, we will come back to this room for the closing plenary session at 3:30. Thank you so much. Yes, please, if you, for the picture, the one. Thank you so much.
travels home. Here's my contact as well. City science. Yes. Yes. That's true. Because it's actually that's why it's harder for us to access these because we're really far fetched. So hopefully, I'm really basing on the defense representing, but my father is looking after our department. We currently have coconuts, cacao, bananas, and we also integrated with livestock, goats and cows. Yes, we're trying to employ a circular farming, but then because of financial constraints, it's a bit harder to sustain it. So hopefully there is something very soon. Can you? Oh yeah. Thank you so much for your time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you ever put in Singapore? Just 3 more. So private sector colleagues are working on stuff like that.
Hydrogen using alcohol. So the poor village can use alcohol to become the hydrogen. The machine can produce the electricity.
Yes, thank you very much. You're together.
Okay, two. She's from Indonesia.
Yes, sir. I know. Okay. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Pranav, since you have already attended the training on biodiversity and ecology, so how biotechnology and biodiversity is closely related? Pranav, see, biotechnology is the technology used in the study of biology, right? So when you study biodiversity, it means one species varying with another species, right? So how these species vary to each other with the genetic sequences. So then we can reach up to the genetic sequence with the help of biotechnological tools only. Right? So it is a way how we can identify the species with the help of biotechnological approach. Okay. So can you tell me what are the tools to identify the species variation? Okay. What was the finding? So have you studied for water parameters also? So you have studied the thicker polygon. Can you tell me in which quantity of water you will find more thicker polygon? What are other parameters which influence the sewage characteristic of that water? So the water which you have collected was from which place? Okay, you compared both the water samples. Okay. What was the count in Kitala and Ambadari for thicker polygon? Okay. So you mean Ambadari is more prolific than Kitala? Okay. What was the source for inclusion of this sewage water in the Ambadari lake? Is there any source of sewage water coming into the Kitala lake?
At how many points? Okay, then I finish. में आपने ऑलरेडी स्किल डेवलपमेंट के प्रोग्राम किए हैं अपने पहले ऑर्गेनाइजेशन राइट, तो उसमें आपने क्या पढ़ा? आपने कहा कि अपने नीरी की वेबसाइट देखी है, तो नीरी की वेबसाइट में आपने क्या देखा? अच्छा, कोई एक एक्टिविटी बताइए जो आपने जब देखा तब शुरू हुई। ये जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट थे स्पेक्ट्रो जीसीएमएस एंड एफटीआईआर, तो आपने हैंडल किए हैं? एफटीआईआर हैंडल किया एंड जीसीएमएस, ओके, स्पेक्ट्रो। अच्छा, अब आपका बेसिक सब्जेक्ट बायोटेक्नोलॉजी है, अगर मुझे क्लोरोफिल स्टडी करनी है तो किस नैनोमीटर पे मैं चेक करूँगी? और अगर वाटर टेस्ट करना है तो किस नैनोमीटर पे चेक करना है? ओके, और आपका MSc में हुआ है 2020, ओके, और उसके बाद आपने असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर नहीं, उसके बाद आपने क्या किया? राइट, और उसके बाद कितना टाइम किया असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर? ओके, एमगिरी में कितना टाइम है? ओके, ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 4 years। अच्छा, तो आपने ये जॉब पे सुना? अच्छा, जॉब छोड़ना पड़ा। अच्छा, अभी नागपुर से तो कोई शिफ्ट नहीं हुई? अच्छा, अभी नहीं हो सकते। तो आप कैसे देखना चाहते हैं अपना फ्यूचर में, क्या टारगेट है आपका, क्या करना चाहते हैं? क्या करना है? PhD करनी है। अच्छा, तो आपको PhD करनी है, आपको बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में करियर करना है, तो आपने जो बीच के लिए जो 6 साल किया है, इसमें आपने बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का एक्सेस क्या वर्क किया है जिससे आप फिर अपने सब्जेक्ट में कनेक्ट हो सके? जो फाइटोकेमिकल एनालिसिस की है, तो उससे आप फाइटोकेमिस्ट्री में चले जाते हैं, ना कि बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, राइट है ना। और जो आपने स्किल्स किए, आपको टीचिंग करना है, तो टीचिंग फील्ड का ऐसा है कि एज ए शुड बी बीएड, और बीएड है ना, अगर आपने बीएड कर भी लिया तो बेटा, लेकिन जब पोस्ट निकलती है बायोलॉजी सब्जेक्ट में, तो दे आर आइदर जूलॉजी और बॉटनी अलॉन्ग विद बीएड। तो उस केस में फिर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वाले स्टूडेंट ऑल्दो दे हैव सम एक्सपीरियंस एंड ऑल, वो पीछे हट जाते हैं क्योंकि उनको क्राइटेरिया में फिट नहीं बैठते है ना। तो फिर आपके लिए बैठता है स्किल, जो आपने ऑलरेडी स्किल डेवलप किया है, ट्रेनिंग इम्पार्ट करेंगे, तो ट्रेनिंग में आपका सब्जेक्ट और एक्सपीरियंस अलाइन करके आप यहाँ पर स्किल डेवलपमेंट के प्रोग्राम होते हैं, वही कंटिन्यू करेंगे है ना। और अगर आपको पीएचडी में करना है तो उसमें अगर आपका सब्जेक्ट प्लस आपका स्किल दोनों चीजें अलाइन करते हुए अगर आप पीएचडी करते हैं तो उस पीएचडी का भी वेटेज रहेगा, है ना। सिर्फ मेरे साइड से होगा।
Oh yeah, I have. Hard question. Okay, but yeah. QR code. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Finally, 実は。But sorry, I do not have that material today, but we have everything. Yeah. Ongoing.
Yes, everything in this subject, you have completed excellent presentation.
Next year. So he is the person to spread it out the word Satoyama in English. He developed the book, Satoyama book, when he was vice rector of the United Nations. So we have a very collaboration, Satoyama collaboration. He also deputy president of the Japan Global Biodiversity Framework, Keidan, most biggest Japanese business. So he has a very good channel with business. So we really want to invite Japanese to the field of not only climate, but also biodiversity, or even cycling. I did also serve as the secretary for Japan circular economy platform, DAY2. So this book says that synergy among the climate change, circular and biodiversity is quite important, and we really want to make activity with them. So we plan to visit Keidan when we plan to because Keidan especially like the PNF, they have a lot of attention. Yeah, I'm so surprised when I so Japanese send another it's one of the biggest, I think, Japanese business not have good chance with like outside, like Japan or how we can have good synergy and also you are unready to get and what kind of like demonstration, seminar, then we more human resources or more hopefully I can and also private talk. I will definitely I join private talk.
This time 2 to 5. Okay. Sunday, Monday. Liberal time, right?
Good afternoon. If you could please take your seats. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants and colleagues, good afternoon. I am now pleased to introduce the thematic roundtable C1, Regional Approaches to Synergies, Insights from the Asia-Pacific Synergies Report. This session is a deep dive into the key findings and recommendations of the Asia-Pacific Synergies Report, advancing synergistic solutions to the triple planetary crisis and the Sustainable Development Goals. The report highlights practical pathways for addressing interconnected challenges related to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, while accelerating progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. It is my honor to invite our high-level dignitaries to deliver the opening remarks. To begin, I have the honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. DOI Kentaro, Vice Minister, Ministry of Environment, Japan, to deliver his remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Doi Kentaro, Vice Minister for Global Environmental Affairs at the Ministry of the Environment of Japan. I would first like to express my sincere appreciation to all those who contributed to the preparation of the Asian Pacific Synergy Report. This report presents comprehensive analysis and recommendations on how to maximize co-benefits and minimize trade-offs across policy, finance, data, and governance to address the triple planetary crisis. Let me briefly share why we developed it. In the Asian Pacific region, progress on achieving the SDGs is off track. Action by a wide range of stakeholders is essential, not just by governments and development agencies, but also by local authorities, communities, and the private sector. Furthermore, in a region as diverse as Asia and the Pacific, advancing policies rooted in local context require practitioners from governments, local authorities, and businesses to listen carefully to local challenges, understand them thoroughly, and create solutions together through dialogue. This enables us to address multiple challenges at the same time, including climate change, biodiversity, circular economies, and local economic development, while creating synergies such as new jobs, regional revitalization, and improved well-being. To promote such action, we need strong leadership that supports governments, local authorities, and communities. The Asian Pacific Synergies report was developed to serve as a practical guide for those working on implementation. As will be covered later in this session, the report provides not only national-level policy insights, but also a rich set of knowledge and case studies that support practical action by diverse stakeholders. To translate these insights into action, it is also important that the report is easy to use and easy to understand. In this regard, we will continue to work with partners to promote user-friendly tools and outreach across the region. Moving forward, through regional platforms such as ESCAP, I hope that as many policy makers and practitioners as possible will make use of this report and advance initiatives that respond to the needs of local communities. In closing, I hope this session serves as a meaningful step towards generating concrete synergies in the Asian Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the honor to invite Ms. Amida Salcia Aliciabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver her remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, thank you for joining this session dedicated to the Asia-Pacific Synergies report that we launched earlier today. This session provides an opportunity to explore its findings in greater detail and, more importantly, to discuss what they mean for policy and practice across our region. The report was developed in response to growing recognition that climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and sustainable development cannot be addressed separately. Several messages stand out from the report. First, cities matter. Many of the opportunities for advancing synergies are found in urban areas where climate risk, environmental pressure, and development challenges converge. Integrated urban planning, sustainable mobility, resilient infrastructure, as well as nature-based solutions and circular economy approaches can deliver benefits across multiple policy objectives simultaneously. Second, that governance matters. Synergies do not emerge automatically. They require institutions that can work across sectors, levels of government and stakeholder groups, as well as effective coordination mechanisms are essential to identify opportunities, manage trade-offs, and align investment. Third, financing matters. Many synergistic solutions require upfront investment, but they often deliver multiple economic, social, and environmental benefits over time. This calls for financing approaches that recognize and reward those broader benefits. And finally, data and evidence matter. Integrated approaches depend on better information about interaction, co-benefits, and trade-offs. Strengthening data system and analytical capacity remains an important priority for many countries. These messages are particularly relevant as member states prepare to consider the proposed Ministerial Declaration on Environment and Development in Asia Pacific 2026 and the Regional Program of Action on Advancing Synergies for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific during the upcoming 9th session of the ESCAP Committee on Environment Development that will start actually tomorrow. The report provides practical examples of approaches that can help translate those commitments into action. Distinguished colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, ultimately this report is intended not only to inform discussion, but also to support implementation. So this is very important yet to underline the implementation. Its value will be measured not just by the number of people who read it, but by the extent to which it helps government, cities, businesses, communities, as well as development partners identify new opportunities for collaboration and action. I look forward to hearing the perspective of our distinguished panelists, participants, and to discussing how we can collectively advance synergistic solutions to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for our region, as well as for countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for those remarks. May I now invite Ms. Dishing Tsering, Regional Director and Representative for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Environment Programme, to deliver her remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners, good afternoon. On behalf of the UN Environment Programme, I'm very pleased to join ESCAP, ADB, IGES, and the Ministry of Environment of Japan for this deep dive session on the Asia-Pacific Synergies report. I recall having the privilege of delivering opening remarks at the kickoff event for this report during the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development in February last year. 17 months later, it is encouraging to see our collective effort come to fruition. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our partners and contributors for their strong collaboration that have brought us to today's launch. This type of partnership reflects precisely what member states called for. The Synergies agenda is firmly grounded in intergovernmental decisions, including the UN Environment Assembly Resolution 64 and 75, which call for promoting synergies, cooperation, collaboration, strengthening coordinated implementation of multilateral environmental agreements, and supporting integrated action at the regional, national, and subnational levels. These mandates give us both the political basis and the practical responsibility to move forward toward integrated action in practice. They also underscore the critical role of regional and sub-regional bodies, including organizations like ESCAP, in facilitating cooperation, coordination, and multi-stakeholder engagement. The regional dimension is essential because synergies are realized across borders, across systems, and across institutions. We've heard about the adverse impacts of climate change, the loss of nature, impacts of land degradation and desertification, and pollution and waste, which intensify pressure on people, ecosystems, and economies in our region. We also see the interconnection clearly. If you look at the recent regional events, we've had prolonged heat waves and air pollution that have affected health, productivity, food systems. We've seen extreme rainfall, floods, and landslides disrupting livelihoods, infrastructure, and we've seen warming seas, marine heat waves, coral bleaching that place coastal ecosystems and communities under growing stress. These impacts are also deeply unequal, often disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable amongst us. The central message of the report is clear. fragmented responses are no longer sufficient. We must design policies, investment partnerships that enable our action to deliver multiple benefits. The report brings together regional evidence. We have 36 featured cases and a whole compendium of examples to show how communities, cities, countries are already applying synergistic approaches in practice. The report also identifies practical entry points, looking at a health-centered climate action, nature-positive development, circular economy approaches, and, as Ibu Armida just said, cities as delivery platforms for integrated solutions. We're also looking at greater alignment across the national plans that countries prepare. You prepare the nationally determined contributions, the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan, the National Adaptation Plans, Pollution Action Plans, Circular Economy Strategies, Urban Planning, and Sustainable Development Goal Implementation Frameworks. The next step, I hope, will be to take this evidence into implementation pathways that at the country level and partners can use. The Synergies report showed that our region is well positioned to lead globally by demonstrating how integrated action can work in practice. The Regional Program of Action on Advancing Synergies for Sustainable Development that will be discussed at the upcoming Committee on Environment and Development provide an important vehicle to operationalize this agenda across countries, sectors, and institutions. I hope in advancing implementation, we can use existing mechanisms such as the Asia-Pacific Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities, the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and existing thematic and intergovernmental forums. As today's discussion unfolds, I hope we can identify practical ways to take recommendations forward through aligned finance, stronger data for integrated action, for decision-making and governance arrangements across sectors and at all levels. These are important foundations to move from evidence to implementation and to elevate and accelerate integrated solutions for people, planet, and shared prosperity toward 2030. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Tsering, for those remarks. I now have the honor to invite Mr. Yevgeny Zhukov, Director General of the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department, Asian Development Bank, to deliver his remarks.
Vice Minister Kentaro Doi, Executive Secretary Armida, Regional Director Deshan, thank you, and to ESCAP, UNEP, and IGS, not just for today, but for the years of partnership that made this report possible. Let me start briefly with where we are. At the current pace, Asian Pacific needs additional 32 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Our region drives 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions, hosts 17 of 36 global biodiversity hotspots, yet sees the quarter of assessed species threatened. And we also send more than 80% of all worldwide ocean-bound plastic into the sea. So the triple planetary crisis that we face today, namely climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, these are not isolated crises. Climate change accelerates biodiversity loss, degraded ecosystems destroy food and water security, and pollution compounds both. The cascade and fragmented siloed responses are precisely why we're still losing ground. However, interconnected crises can be also turned into opportunity. The same connections that make the cascade also makes synergetic solutions exponentially more powerful. An investment that works across climate, nature, and human health simultaneously delivers more than the sum of its parts. This is not a theory. It is what more than 100 cases from this region prove. The Asia-Pacific Synergy Report is a collaborative product of ESCAP, UNEP, and ADB, with Japan's Ministry of Environment and IGS as partner and supporters. It provides experiences from Asian and Pacific region by presenting more than 100 cases that demonstrates synergetic solutions and offers practical lessons for governments, cities, and institutions at every level. ADB did not only co-produce this report, we have already started to incorporate the report into our strategic action. Our decade of partnership with Japan's Ministry of Environment, which was extended last month, positions Synergy as a guiding principle of our regional collaborations and investments, naming this region as the top of our joint work program, the Transfer 2029. So our ADB's environmental action plan from 2026 to 2030 and our portfolio already reflects strategic pathways for synergetic approaches identified in the report. First, on health-centered climate action. Solar PV combined with the battery energy storage in Maldives and Mongolia generates electricity to keep healthy room temperature, while at the same time reducing harmful PM 2.5 and greenhouse gas emissions in the cities. Second, nature-positive development is another emerging area in our portfolio, treating biodiversity not as a conservation sidebar, but as infrastructure underpinning food, water, health, and resilience. This is what the ADB's Nature Solutions Finance Hub is doing with partners. We aim to catalyze at least $5 billion in nature investments by 2030 through innovative finance and partnerships. And third example, on the circular economy and cities. Targeting pollution at source by redesigning the system is challenging but rewarding. So our Pasig River plastic project in the Philippines is trying to bring transformational change for waste collection and separations at origin of 6% of global plastic outflow to the ocean. So cutting across all of them are three things without which none of this is possible. These are: one, aligned finance; two, integrated data; and three, governance that breaks down the silos costing us decades. So for ADB, we stand ready to further work with our partners, including governments, ESCAP, UNEP, IGS, and Ministry of Finance and Environment of Japan, to help replicate and scale the lessons of this report through practical solutions, stronger investments, and greater development impact across the region. So the evidence is here, the cases are proven, and the pathways are clear. So what remains is for us to work together to turn these lessons into investment and scale the impact across Asia and Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zukov, for those remarks, and thank you again to all our distinguished speakers for the opening remarks. We will now turn to a scene-setting presentation on the key findings, transformation pathways, and strategic directions emerging from the Asia-Pacific Synergies report. And it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Eric Suzman, Program Director, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Suzman, you have the floor. Almost have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. As Sanji kindly indicated, my name is Eric Zussman, and I am one of the authors of the Synergies report and also one of the members of the coordinating team. And what I'd like to do is give you a brief scene-setting presentation that will give us some insights into some of the key findings and sort of a deeper taste of some of the core insights and recommendations. So the first point I want to highlight, and this has already been suggested, is that when we look at our progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, not only globally, but within the Asia-Pacific region, unfortunately, we're far behind where we want to be. If we wanted to actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we would need approximately 32 additional years. So one of the key things we're trying to do is accelerate progress on the SDGs. And one of the core arguments of our report is the key to accelerating progress, expediting change, and promoting transformational change is to rely on synergies. This concept of synergies, while it has gained sort of a new prominence in recent years, it's not entirely new. came about, I would suggest maybe 15 years ago or so. But as you can see from this graphic right here, in the academic literature, there's a growing amount of references to synergies, especially between synergies and climate change. On the other side of this, though, if we look very closely at many of the articles that form this graphic, much of the evidence to date is focusing on quantifying synergies as opposed to actually exploring how they're achieved in real life. And I think one of the more powerful messages that's emerged from our discussions here so far is synergies are a real thing. They are very tangible. And one of the things we need to do is take some of this academic work and translate it into lessons that can be felt at the local, community, and individual level. So one of the things that the report does is it moves from highlighting some of these trends in academic research to underlying case studies that animate the concept of synergies, that really bring it to life. And I want to congratulate and also send my appreciation to many of my colleagues at IGES and throughout the region who submitted these case studies, and also colleagues at SCAP that helped us go through some of these case studies, refine them. So there's over 147 case studies that are in a compendium that will be available online. And the report itself features over 30 case studies. And this case studies really allows us to grapple with some of the empirical richness that we experience when we try to achieve multiple objectives on the ground. And they range from everything like how businesses are working on trying to make sure that tire pressure can achieve climate, pollution control, and job creation at the very local level, to something that I'll talk about in a little bit greater details, this integration between climate change, air pollution, and health, which we see ongoing in many different countries throughout the region. Now, one of the other core arguments that's advanced through the report is that in order to achieve synergies, we need to focus on 4 sort of focal areas or entry points. And this has already been mentioned, but those 4 focal areas and entry points are this health-centered climate action. That's one. The second one is focusing on nature-based solutions and nature-positive solutions. The third one is focusing on the circular economy. And then the fourth one is focusing on cities as delivery platforms. Now, those solution pathways in those areas are very good as a sort of place to sort of seed many of our arguments about synergies. And there's also a lot of case studies in each of those areas that we provide in the report. At the same time, to make that knowledge actionable and also to drive change at scale, we also need means of implementation. So the report also highlights and has chapters on data systems and decision-making tools. It also has a nice chapter on finance and how finance can enable synergies and how projects that incorporate synergies can also inform financing mechanisms. And third, the report features some discussions of governance arrangements and how we can actually operationalize whole of government and whole of society approaches. And last but not least, the report underlines the importance of regional collaboration and regional platforms, both as means of implementation for harmonizing our approaches to synergies, but also providing some types of lessons learned that can be communicated throughout the region and to other regions. The last point I will mention is this diagram right here helps us organize the report, but it also provides a theory of change on how we couple some of our pathways with our means of implementation to accelerate progress on the SDGs, as I showed previously, and close that 32-year-old gap, and then also provide us a springboard as we move past 2030, potentially to a post-2030 agenda. Now, in terms of the organization of the report, as I mentioned previously, there are several different thematic chapters, so this gives you a brief taste of the chapter on circular economy solutions. And in each of the chapters, we have under that broader heading different synergistic approaches. So for instance, you can see from the circular economy, they take the circular economy lens, but they also couple it with agri-food systems or energy systems. And they really focus on how systemic change is critical to capturing multiple benefits as opposed to end-of-the-pipe solutions. And another critical argument they make is moving through these different synergistic approaches is important, but really what we need to do is make sure that moving through those approaches achieves change at scale. And that combines us again with some of the means of implementation or enabling reforms. Second chapter that I want to highlight focuses on cities. And as was mentioned previously, and I think we'll talk about more in the context of our discussion up here, the report really features cities as delivery platforms for bridging between what we can do at an international and national level and what can actually be delivered concretely on the ground. Now, of course, we know that cities are hubs of innovation. They tend to be a little bit more flexible on average than national governments. So they also offer sort of a very nice petri dish or a very nice experimental platform for pursuing new approaches to synergies. And so I think when we talk, for instance, with our colleague Bernardia here, we'll hear not only about how they deliver on synergies, but how they open eyes to the possibility of synergies. And then the last chapter I want to highlight here is on governance, one of the key means of implementation, and the chapter that I helped to author with several of our colleagues from Australia and from UNEP and from Hong Kong, China. And here the governance chapter is really interesting because we provide a sort of evolutionary trail of thought that underlines how we can move from synergies at a very local scale. We call it sort of a tactical or experimental approach, where we try to bridge silos in the short term and build trust between stakeholders. And then we demonstrate how that type of very localized, tactical, experimental approach can then be scaled up to a more transformative approach, where the message and the underlying thinking behind synergies becomes institutionalized. And for that case, we really highlight the co-control approach in China that has now moved into what they've now focused more on. They call it synergies as opposed to co-control. And they've moved not only from thinking about how the government interacts with different stakeholders, but how different stakeholders interact with the government to achieve dynamic efficiencies as they control climate change, air pollution, promote better health, and also trying once again to bring in the private sector to provide some grease for those wheels of change. So this governance chapter is sort of the capstone of the thematic chapters, and we also have a concluding chapter, an introductory chapter, an appendix that lists some of the core strategic recommendations and how they're tied to 6 strategic directions. Now, in terms of the strategic directions, what I want to highlight here, and I have to apologize for a second, but as I've hit 50 years old, I can no longer read all the way over there. But the 6 strategic directions are, I need synergies for my eyes, to make synergies the key organizing principle for different climate strategies, climate action, pollution control. So making it a key organizing principle in things that we do from governments and from other stakeholders. 2, empower cities and subnational governments, once again, to serve as delivery platforms for synergies. 3, make sure that we promote cross-sectoral investment by aligning finance with multi-benefit outcomes in our climate finance mechanisms, biodiversity finance mechanisms, and in ODA, for instance. 4, transform data and tools into accessible and actionable resources. And one of the things we recognize is that a lot of times we don't need new data and tools, but we just need to repurpose existing data and tools so that they're capturing multiple criteria and multiple outcomes. 5, institutionalize whole of government and whole of society approaches. And as I mentioned previously, it might not be necessary to start with a big, broad approach, but rather to gradually work towards scale as we try to institutionalize these approaches. And strategic direction 6 is to leverage regional cooperation to synthesize evidence, harmonize approaches, promote learning, and then once again to scale synergistic solutions across diverse contexts. And I think in that connection, it's really remarkable here that we have so many different colleagues and that we're joined by SCAP, UNEP, and the ADB, as well as colleagues from the Ministry of Environment, JICA, and as you'll see, many other partners. In fact, 55 authors contributed to the report, as well as 30 different reviewers. And so the report not only promotes synergies, but it also embodies that concept. Thank you so much. Okay, at this point then, we're going to have a short panel discussion, and I would like to invite our colleagues that are going to participate in that panel discussion. That will be Mr. Dindo, Dr. Somya, Ms. Bernardia, and Fujino-san to the rostrum, to the stage. Okay, so once again, thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. As you can tell, I mean, many people on the stage here already know each other, which reflects the fact that this report has been developed through a collaborative process. What I'd like to do is call on each panelist to respond to initially one question, and you'll have approximately 4 minutes or so to do so. And then if we have a little bit of extra time, we'll also open it up to the floor. And just to highlight here for everybody, so the order will go from Dr. Somya to Mr. Dindo, and then we'll go to Bernardia and then to Fujino-san. I'd like to start us off by asking a question to Dr. Somya, who's been a strong advocate of the work on synergies, especially on the links between climate change and health. And as I mentioned, you know, the report really makes a strong argument that health and climate change are deeply intertwined with each other. And I want to hear from Dr. Somya a little bit about what types of enabling conditions or what are the key enablers that are needed to drive implementation of a sort of synergistic approach that brings together climate change and health. Over to you, Dr. Somya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank IGES and all the partners who've made this report possible. And I must say I was involved in it, but it's really come out very well. So congratulations to you as well. I think there are too few countries in this region that are really taking synergies seriously. So it's the right time, I think, to make the case for why this is so important, because it's also the most cost-effective and efficient way of addressing our problems that we heard from the other speakers related to the triple planetary crisis. And I was a very strong advocate for the fact that health should be at the center of climate action, because firstly, health is something that all of us are interested in. It affects each and every person, wherever you live, and doesn't matter what you do. Therefore, then you can relate to the impacts. For example, today, we don't need to explain to anyone what heat stress is doing to us. We're all experiencing it. We don't need to explain to people that air pollution is impacting our health because we're feeling it. We don't need to tell people about the impacts of what's happening to our food systems, you know, and the shocks that are coming, sudden extreme events that cause so much of damage and losses in agriculture. So I think centering the whole discussion on health firstly makes it very, very acceptable to people, very understandable, whereas sometimes the words we use, you know, are not so well understandable. The second thing is that I think we need to really make sure that the health is not treated as a co-benefit, but really as a central goal of why we're trying to do things to address. After all, it's our own survival, and of course, it's a survival of all the other species we want on this planet, both animals and plants. But we don't have any measure of capturing that just now. So our data systems, I think, very important. One of the main things that we need to do, as you pointed out, governance, finance, and data. Now, the data is all there, but it's sitting in silos across different departments and ministries. If we could bring together the health outcome data let's say with air pollution data and with other indicators of climate change like temperature and so on, the planners could then be able to see very clearly what is happening across. And the other important thing is taking the governance down to the local body level. I think it's no longer possible to plan and execute at a national or even at a subnational state level. One has to go down to the city level and to the rural administration level. In India, it's called the panchayat system. You know, it's different in different countries because it's very local. The action has to be local based on data. So I'm imagining a dashboard, and some countries have done it, like New Zealand has done it, Wales has done it. They've brought all these indicators onto one dashboard. You've climate, biodiversity, nutrition, health indicators, as well as environmental risks like the pollution indicators. You would then be able to see increase in hospital admissions on certain days is linked to a spike in PM 2.5 or to a big increase in temperature. We've seen now the excess deaths in Europe that have occurred, even in high-income countries, because of the extreme heat that they've experienced. So nobody's going to be spared. And I think, of course, the most vulnerable, the elderly, the women, the children, the poorest in every country do take the brunt of, and that's one more big reason, the equity reason for really putting health at the center. So I think we have to see the data. We have to be able to see that, okay, if I do this climate action, I'm going to have this positive health outcome. You know, we need, and therefore we need departments and ministries to work together. I think that's the main thing we need today, I would say, is to break the silos, have a coordination mechanism. Maybe it's a planning department or the finance ministry, which actually gets all the other ministries to come on board, because really it is across sectors that one has to act. And there's lots of evidence now, you'll see in the case studies and outside as well, how like putting solar agrivoltaics in fields not only increases income to the farmer from generating electricity, but also provides shade. Agroforestry, I recently saw an example from Uganda, where agroforestry is not only good for agriculture, but the shade is actually protecting the farmers from the extreme heat. Similarly, linking smallholder farmers to local food, let's say for school meals, for hospital meals. There's an entrepreneur doing this in Rwanda, is benefiting the farmers and giving healthy nutrition and reducing the carbon footprint because you're not having long transport chains. So I think we have to look at where all we can cut carbon emissions because we're doing a lot of wastage. In this part of our world, I think 30 to 40% of food is being wasted, you know, between when it is grown and between it lands on our plate. We may waste less food after it's on our plate, but certainly in that journey before, there's a lot of crop losses and wastage which we can avoid. So there are a lot of areas where we can intervene that will have huge impacts on health and nutrition, and at the same time is going to bring down the greenhouse gas emissions. Rice cultivation across our region is another good one. Solid waste management. I think the burning of waste is a huge contributor of methane and other short-lived climate pollutants that is underappreciated. And we have landfills across our part of the world which have huge health impacts on the people who are living around. In fact, we are going to be studying that in India to document the health impacts of poorly managed waste and landfills. So these interventions at the city level, but also in rural areas, but all of them, I think, across need collaboration, need the data to be shared and monitored, and will need a high-level political momentum and push. It can all happen, but I think it's that just breaking the barriers and removing those silos.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soumya. And I want to also appreciate the fact that when we started this report, Dr. Soumya really encouraged us to make the climate chapter a health-centered climate chapter, and that inspiration, I think, is realized in the report. So we definitely appreciate that, and I want to just highlight this point that you raised about making these benefits really salient and tangible. I think that helps us connect what would be sort of good policy into good politics too. And that will help break down some of the silos. So I once again appreciate your great contributions and pushing us to make health the center of some of the climate work. Now I'd like to turn it over to our colleague, Mr. Dindo. And yeah, Mr. Dindo is going to talk to us a little bit about some of the work on synergies from a biodiversity or nature positive perspective. And my question for you really is also a little bit about, once again, this enabling environment. What are some of the key elements of a robust enabling environment to make sure that we're achieving synergies when we think about these issues from a nature positive or nature-based solutions perspective. And you can draw upon your experiences or draw upon some of the lessons learned from the report. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Eric. First of all, it feels like a homecoming, a reunion for many of us. It was about 17, 18 months ago when we first sat down in Manila near ADB, and we asked an existential question: what is the Synergies report? We must figure out what this is before we start writing. And some of us were actually asking, if this is just integration, this is collaboration, this is nexus, why call it synergies? I think you even answer in one of your slides, Eric, when you said that synergies is more than just this. It is to achieve greater impact than the sum of its parts. And I think that's very, very important, because it's probably the word that has been mentioned most frequently since yesterday, but we haven't really come up with a clear definition, operational definition of what it is. But let's put it very simply. If climate and biodiversity communities come together and we achieve climate goals and biodiversity goals, that's integration, that's coordination. That's not necessarily synergies. Synergies is about achieving goals, multiple benefits over and above what we're asked to do anyway. So besides climate and biodiversity, we achieve human health and well-being, we achieve peace and security. That is the essence. That is how we raise the ambition of synergies. And I think that's important, because we shouldn't take this report as just business as usual. It is raising the level of ambition for all of us. So now to your question, Eric, on what would be the transformative aspects as we move forward. I asked Junicho-chan just before we started, I said, what are we going to talk today? And it's, let's not focus on the report, let's focus on what happens next, which is really, really true. So number one, while we celebrate synergies, we must all remember that it comes with trade-offs. And trade-offs is not something that we haven't sufficiently addressed since yesterday. Okay, those are two sides of the same coins. While we love to achieve synergies, what are the concomitant trade-offs? And they are everywhere. And the examples that Sumya, for example, provided. At IUCN, example, we engage in renewable energy. We always think renewable energy is good. It's for climate, it's clean sources. But what's the trade-off for biodiversity? How many thousands of hectares of coastal areas or marine biodiversity we destroy in the name of building infrastructure for renewable energy? I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying now we talk about synergies, must be able to reflect that we minimize trade-offs or we maximize the benefits of synergies. The other one, because my favorite chapter, of course, obviously is chapter 3, which is nature positive action and biodiversity. I think it's an opportunity to also highlight that why is it nature positive action? Why don't we just say biodiversity conservation and goals? And that's really because the reality that we face in 2030, like SDGs and many of the targets that we have, the rate of nature loss and environmental degradation is at a much faster rate than the ability of ecosystems to regenerate and also to recover. So what does that mean? It's not enough anymore these days to talk about programs or policies to restore, to recover, to mitigate, to minimize harm. That's not going to be enough. In 2030, as science has told us, we must bend the curve. What is bend the curve? The rate by which we are able to regenerate, to be able to have net positive gain for biodiversity must be higher and faster than the current rate at which we destroy nature and environment. That to me is the essence of what chapter 3 is about. Now, bending the curve isn't just about doing action for the environment. Science has told us it's not enough for us to do action on ecosystem. It must be combined with sustainable production and consumption. It must be combined with actions that are anthropogenic in nature. So it's not just us acting on nature, it's really about harmony and coexistence between people and planet. What is also very striking, I think, in the report is our recognition, our recommendation that we must have transformative economies. In other words, all that we're talking today, synergies, we often assume this is the job of state actors. That's it. No, the message is clear in our report. We need private business sector, we need CSOs. And we have examples of those. Talking of CBD, in the Global Biodiversity Framework, I'm really very proud. Japan and Thailand are two examples of how their NBSAFs have incorporated contributions of the private business sector in what we call OECMs. That is landmark, right? So it's no longer saying it's the government of Indonesia or India responsible. No, it's the whole of society. How do we do that? Which also means at the end about it's good to be able to have these ambitions, but we cannot achieve what we cannot measure. And I think that is still where the gap is. Sonia also mentioned that. What does it mean? We must be able to translate all these nice concepts and labels we have, whether it's nature positive, whether it's nature-based solution, into something that puts in our work plan, that puts into action, and we take ourselves accountable for. At IUCN, that's our job. And that's why I have the global standard for nature-based solution, so that we don't call everything as NBS. There is high integrity NBS. It's nature positive. So IUCN has a standard on nature positive metrics to help countries and to help private sector. So not everything, we cannot all just claim to be doing nature positive. There are certain measures and certain standards, and this I think is what we need to have. And finally, because it's about partnership, it's important for us in this room and beyond, because tomorrow we start CED9, to also think about partnerships, because what kind of partnerships would be necessary to implement and operationalize synergies? Is this business as usual? Will the existing partnership platforms deliver this? Or we need new ways of unlearning and learning new ways? I think that's a big question that we face today. And that's we also want to contribute to Agenda 3 of CED9, starting tomorrow. And also on Friday, if you want to learn about how we can do this, partnership platforms for nature-based solution, please come to our side event, 11:30 in the morning on Friday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very enriching answer, Mr. Dindo. And I do remember very clearly when we first started this project, you raising your hand and going, okay, please define synergies for us. And I want to let you know that there is a box now in there called Defining Synergies. Privately, I call that the Dindo box. But anyways, your recommendation to us is definitely reflected in the report. And I also appreciate the point that, we can't manage what we cannot measure, right? And I think this is also a critical message, especially when we look at it from a Nature Positive Solution report, and I applaud the efforts of IUCN to sort of move that forward. Now, I'd like to turn it over to our colleague, Ms. Bernardia, and Ms. Bernardia has been a frequent collaborator with our colleagues here at IGES, and she's been a contributor to the report chapter on cities. And as I mentioned previously, one of the key messages from that chapter is that cities are critical delivery platforms when it comes to translating synergies to action on the ground. And what I'd like to hear a little bit about from Bernardia, especially given her interactions and close work with many different cities throughout Asia, can you describe for us, some examples that illustrate how cities can serve as these delivery platforms and actually help bring the concept to life?
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Sawadika. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Japan, ADB, UNEP, and IGES, of course, and ESCAP for involving UCLG ASPAC in this chapter 5 of the Synergy report. And maybe I should ask a question to the participants here. Do you believe that cities make solutions? Can you raise your hands? You believe cities make solutions. Thank you so much, especially among young people, because you believe that cities are the solutions. This is very, very right, because if you look at the facts and look at the data, actually city occupies only 3%, but they produce 60 or 70% of waste, and also generate more than 60% of energy. And when you talk about disasters, most of people live in urban areas. They are the ones who get much higher risk. So this is why we are so happy that we are given a chance to write chapter 5 because of that reasons. Another reason, when we talk about synergy, it sounds like very simple words, but it actually quite complex. Because how you achieve multiple objectives with integrated action, because if we do business as usual, we cannot reach whatever sustainable development is talking about. So first, we talk about synergy by connecting all those 3 planetary crises: biodiversity losses, pollutions, and climate change. Sorry, I'm now in United Nations, but I'm just something questioning ourselves why we have 3 COPs. Very famous, only climate change COPs. But we also have a biodiversity COPs. We also have desertification COPs. For us, local governments, as we are representing local governments here, sometimes we get confused with so many COPs. So perhaps what I like to highlight here is that in cities, we can see clearly that synergizes system. We can see very clearly from those case studies. I just gave examples, Jakarta. I think some of you are from Indonesia. They also come up with a fully electricity bus systems that also link with, mobility, safety, as well as a greenhouse gas emission reduction. Also connect with other things several also relate to public health, because it's reduce also pollutions. And there are also samples from Quezon City, from other cities related to circular economy. So 146 case studies have been collected, and this is to show you that we are committed to put these case studies in our web portal. Because one reason, we have what we call it APLG, Asia Pacific Local Government Coordinating Bodies, because if you understand the Local Governments Association, a lot of local governments networks are here in Asia Pacific. So we do the coordination of all local government association in one platform. We call it Asia Pacific Local Governments Coordinating Body. That includes all the networks, you name it. ICLE, C40, whatever, including UCLG, ASPAC, and others. And in this APLG, we provide open source, including IGs. It's open source in which all the capacity building programs are available in this link. Because when we talk about advocacy, we cannot only speak one organization or one local governments. We talk about millions of local governments in this Asia Pacific region. We have to speak one voice, and we all doing the coordination. And second, when we talk about, I'm talking about next steps, okay? Because this is because we don't want just to see in the report. We want to see how these reports is being used by especially leaders. We have included 3 planetary crises in the training module of the Asia Pacific Mayors Academy. This Asia Pacific Mayors Academy is the annual program of UNESCAP together with UCLG ASPAC, together with UN Habitat and others, that include for the first time 3 planetary crises. When we introduce this, a lot of mayors also question, oh, there are some ways of connecting this, and we have been doing it already. So I think this is one thing that we are proud of, that we have included that. Another thing, you have a lot of good examples, but peoples or cities or local governments need to be capacitated as well. So that's why we have what we call it city pairing and city learning. We are connecting those cities with another cities. There are a lot of examples on that. But local governments and cities cannot work alone. We need very good support from central government. I'm very happy that Vice Minister DOY is with us here, because first, cities need supportive legal and policy frameworks that clearly empower local governments. We have done assessment more than 20 countries in Asia Pacific on what we call it city enabling environment for environmental and climate governance. One thing that we found out, cities will be very productive if they are given a legal and very clear legal framework. And Japan is one of the good examples, because Japan demonstrates how national legislation creates an enabling environment for local climate action by providing legal mandates, by providing institutional arrangement and policy direction through what we call it Climate Change Adaptation Act. You have that act already, but not many countries in Asia have that act. So what cities and local governments do when they don't have supporting mechanism, they created their own way of doing it. In Indonesia, we supported the climate task force. This is ad hoc mechanism that comprises local governments and different stakeholders, including academia and private sectors as well. Second, cities need predictable and accessible climate finance to close the significant urban financing gaps. We are very, well, in this equation, it's geopolitical crisis. We have to find a creative ways of how to get financing ways. So we need creativity. But a lot of countries already have this kind of clear kind of mechanism for climate finance in the case of Philippines. Number three, local governments and cities, we need institutional capacity, technical expertise, reliable data system, and continued knowledge exchange. Even in one country, there is no now ministry in charge of urban areas. I don't want to name it, okay? But in India, you have very good system that you have certain institutions that deal, this is autonomous institution supported by government of India that focusing also urban sectors. This is very, very fortunate to have this kind of thing because no other countries have it. Another one, South Korea. South Korea also very good. You have local government official development institute that capacitate local governments. Indonesia also has it. So finally, we have been talking that we need a strong multi-level governance. This is essential. And some countries already have that kind of ways, including Japan. You have a climate change adaptation platform. Thank you so much. You have been a good reference, not because you are supporting this, the synergy report that I'm mentioning you, but indeed, Japan is one of very good examples. And China also, National Climate Governance System led by the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, and South Korea changed the name of the ministry, now the Ministry of Climate, Environment and Energy. So these kind of things, happening very nicely in this region. So in closing message, we cannot truly accelerate the implementation of both all agenda, Paris Agreement, SDGs, and also Sendai Framework without empowering cities. So empowering city is not optional anymore. It's really essential. So, and we will be happy to work with all of you how to put this triple planetary crisis in our actions, especially related to local governments. We will be happy to work with all of you because if you look at the number, 65% of SDGs must be implemented at the local level. So I'm thanking you by having your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernardia, for highlighting this key message that empowering cities is absolutely essential now. I think this is something that comes through from the report and also something that I've learned from you from our interactions over the years, and also for highlighting some of the good cases from Jakarta to Quezon and how different countries are providing good legal frameworks that help to give cities the necessary capacity of finance to do more on synergies. It's a really powerful message and really glad to have you participating in this effort. Now I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, Junichi Fujino. And I told Fujino-san before we started that I would give him a formal drum roll, but I forgot to bring my drum. So at any rate, I'm just gonna ask him a question. So Fujino-san, I'd like you to reflect a little bit on the chapter on circular economy. And I'd like you to share a little bit of ideas and illustrations of what are some of the most effective approaches to synergies from a circular economy perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eric, and then all partners and all participants. So about the circular economy, my message is very simple. Pollution is not only a waste management issue, but it is a system design issue. The Asia-Pacific Synergy report gives us a very clear message. Pollution does not start when something becomes waste. Pollution starts much earlier in the way we design our food, housing, mobility, and energy systems. So circular economy is not just about managing waste better. It is about designing system better. It can prevent pollution at the source while creating benefits for climate, health, jobs, and local economy. As Vice Minister Doi stressed on, case study shows that this is already happening in the Asia Pacific. In Yokohama, Japan, the food recycle project converts food waste into biogas and electricity. Some of the energy is used for electric waste collection vehicles. This is not just recycling. It connects food waste, local energy, cleaner transport, and climate mitigation in one local system. And then in Kitakyushu, Japan, so some of you visit Kitakyushu? Yeah, so Ecotown tells another powerful story. So Kitakyushu was once a heavily polluted industrial city. So, and then through long-term political commitment, citizen engagement, and public-private partnership, the city turned waste streams into resources. A polluted industrial city became a blue sky and then circular economy running city. These examples tell us that circular economy becomes real when people, companies, cities, and national governments can see clear benefits together. So the challenge is now scaling. So this report, Asia Pacific Synergy report, tells us that the finance, data, and governance are essential. Technical solutions alone are not enough. We need to connect local pilots with national and then regional policy. And then, may I finally please allow me to add one personal reflection. In 2019, Professor Takeuchi, my boss, and I joined the first Global Synergy Conference in Copenhagen from IGES. We felt that this was a very interesting and important initiative. So later, with the Minister of Environment, thank you, Vice Minister Doi, and also the colleagues from Minister of Environment Japan, and many partners, we hosted the third Synergy Conference at the United Nations University in Tokyo in 2022, just after coronavirus situation. Since then, through like IPFSD here, or the authors meeting in Manila last July, and then Bangkok this February, and the hard work of many colleagues, authors, reviewers, case providers, and then secretary members, especially Eric, the Asia Pacific Synergy report has finally been complete. And I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to everybody involved. But this is not the end. This is a real starting point. In Japan, we have a word, mottainai. Mottainai. It means we should not waste anything valuable, resources, efforts, time, or opportunities. Today, I would like to extend this idea in the Asia Pacific region. We must not waste the opportunities for synergy. Let us connect and finance and scale these synergy solutions from Asia, Asia and the Pacific to the world. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Fujino-san, and I think this is a really appropriate message that a lot of the lessons that we learn from Asia can also serve as models for potential synergies reports in other regions. And also, as other colleagues have suggested, this is just another small but important step. I mean, the next step is how do we translate this into action, creating synergy centers or more delivery platforms so that we can actually bring synergies to the people that need them. I'd like to ask my colleagues from SCAP, do we have a time for any questions from the floor? 2 minutes, all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take one question, but I'm gonna give you also the opportunity to come on up and talk to our panelists here. And okay, I'm gonna ask our colleague over here with the black headdress on. Yes, yes. For a question, and then and please also identify who you'd like to answer, and then other people please come up and talk to us afterwards. Yes, yes, you can ask. Yes, yeah, right now. It's the best time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. My name is Dewi Permatasari. I am from Indonesia. I'm basically a practitioner for sustainability and also a climate practitioner, which I conduct in capacity building. Actually, when it comes to SDGs and climate, I think it has been a very long time that we all notice all the problem, all the challenges, and it keeps happening in my mind. Lots of questions actually, but let me ask a general question. How confident all the panelists about the synergies that are released in the report to be implemented practicality, and how do we start? How is the starting point? Thank you very much.
So how confident are we that synergies can actually be achieved, and how do we start? Okay, I'm going to give every panelist 10, 15 seconds on this one if they want. Yeah, Dr. Soumya, yeah.
I think one idea is to have a coalition of ministers across different sectors, so finance, planning, environment, health, maybe urban and agriculture to begin with, to come together, because they have to work together, and I think the agencies present here in the room can make that happen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard. Either way.
Thank you. That's a very difficult question. How many pages do we have? Because I think as authors and contributors, 120 pages of the report. We should commit at least 120 actions from today. But seriously, when I was reflecting, and I'm proud of what we have achieved, my worry is if from today we start calling everything synergies and synergistic. Please, let's reserve the term for something that we truly believe contributes and delivers to something beyond the usual, beyond what we commit to do in climate or biodiversity or environmental pollution. Let's focus on what's over and above. And that is what synergistic outcome is. All the rest, let's continue calling them collaboration, integration, nexus, whatever. Okay? Let's maintain high integrity synergistic approaches. And I think that is where we can start to think about delivering the 120 actions.
Thank you. I'm quite confident, first because we have seen the actions at the ground. I think that's the most important part. And you have seen also a lot of case studies have been collected. And number one, this is my understanding, sorry, I think synergy beyond partnership and collaboration is more than that. It's more than that because it relates governance, it relates institutionals, it's related also to collaboration and of course related to mechanisms about the systems, including finance. Yeah, so we hope that when we look at the institutional at the national level, we have seen normally Ministry of Environment is not that strong, okay? I think we need to push, especially from the environment, because we cannot just talk on the environment side. It also relates to sustainable development goals beyond environment. I think this understanding how to work not based on sectoral basis. Yeah, I am stopped now because I see someone.
Okay,
last point.
Yeah. So yeah, my suggestion is that please identify your problems very clearly. If you do not understand your problems, it's quite difficult to, share the solutions. And so then you can find any related solutions, and then you can have a first simple step, as Eric mentioned. Then we can have more synergy case studies, and then we have a big storage. So I hope you can provide your solution to us. Thank you very much.
So we're not going to take additional questions from the audience due to time, but once again, please do come up and talk directly to the panelists and others about the report. And you can also download the report now, I believe, on the SCAP website. And with that, I'd like to give a nice round of applause to our panelists and our honorary speakers. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a synergistic day, everybody.
Thank you, Eric, for that great moderation and also that timekeeping. And thank you to all our panelists for your insightful contributions and the great questions from the audience as well. Now we move to the closing session, and it is now my honor to invite Professor Kazuhiko Takakuchi, President of the Institute for the Global Environmental Strategies, to the podium to deliver his closing remarks. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, co-organizers, panelists, and colleagues, as this inspiring session draws to a close, deep gratitude is expressed to all participants. This acknowledgement is made as a co-lead of this report and also as a president of IGES, which served as a secretariat supporting its production. Outstanding leadership and close collaboration and highly appreciation from the lead organizations, namely SCAP, UNEP, and ADB. Sincere appreciation is also extended to the Ministry of the Environment of Japan for its general support, as well as our distinguished panelists for sharing such practical insight today. As Asia-Pacific Synergy Report is far more than a timely publication, it represents a comprehensive blueprint for our region to generate outcomes that are truly greater than the sum of their parts. The report maps out a clear course across 4 critical pathways for transformation, namely climate action centered on health, nature-positive approaches, the circular economy, and building resilient cities. To translate these pathways into concrete action, the strategic directions of the report must be put into practice across diverse contexts. Scientific evidence and the traditional insights of local communities must be smoothly reflected in actual policy and real actions. Compound crises such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution cannot be solved by working in conventional virtual silos. For instance, focuses only on climate action can put heavy pressure on local ecosystem and water resources. Similarly, relying only on the infrastructure of urban safety can damage the surrounding environment and widen social inequalities. Therefore, the urgent task now is for all stakeholders to join forces. International organizations, the private sector, research institutes, and local communities must work together. The capacity to operate planning, investment, institutions, data, and implementation as one interconnected system must be built and continuously updated through learning. Mainstreaming synergies through this close collaboration must become the standard approach to policy design and delivery, not just a one-time effort. When planning changes, investments shift, and implementation accelerate, multi-benefit results become visible, creating a virtuous cycle where learning builds on itself. Simultaneously, the comprehensive expansion of capacity building, technology transfer, and knowledge sharing will serve as a core engine to translate global agendas into local implementation, transforming environmental challenges into solid socioeconomic opportunities. This report is designed to be an active catalyst for long-term transformation. From tomorrow, these findings will anchor the deliberations of the 9th session of the Committee on Environment and Development, CED9, at the ministerial level. This initiative provides an unprecedented opportunity to turn policy language into real institutional frameworks and substantial investment for our region. With 2030 fast approaching, incremental and siloed efforts must not be continued. The synergy and determination from this room must be carried into CED9 and beyond, utilizing this report as a guiding vehicle to upscale integrated solutions for a resilient and sustainable future. Congratulations to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Takeuchi, for those closing remarks. I think we've heard a lot today, and the insights shared will contribute to ongoing efforts to advance practical and integrated solutions across Asia and the Pacific. As Eric said, we invite you to continue the engagement with our panelists after we close the session. The report is also available online if you want to download it and read it, and we look forward to ongoing collaboration. So this concludes this thematic roundtable, and I think we can give everyone a round of applause. And then just one last housekeeping message. The closing plenary will convene in this room at 3:30. So we'll invite all participants to come back and join the session. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. Yeah. You did an excellent job. You're an excellent moderator. Oh, group photo.
Asia Pacific Synergy report. Everybody.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We are proceeding with the closing segment. If you can please take your seats, we will be starting momentarily. Maybe you go to the middle. So Ashna, how many speakers? Good afternoon. We will be starting the closing segment momentarily. If you can please take your seats, we will proceed with the session, with the youth session now. Good afternoon again. We are starting the closing session. Looking ahead, a youth dialogue, from dialogue to action. I leave the floor now to our colleague Ashna Swarup from DESA to proceed with the session. Thank you, Ashna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Over the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about where we are, the progress we've made, the challenges that remain, and the urgency of getting back on track to achieve the SDGs and our climate commitments. This afternoon, I'd like us to look ahead. One of the speakers yesterday said that progress is not impossible, and indeed, we can make progress still. We've seen that over the last 2 days, where we've had multiple sessions going into different solutions that exist. And amongst these solutions are the young people who are on the ground and already coming up with innovative solutions. I'm joined by a distinctive group of young leaders, incredible youth who are pursuing different avenues to advance climate and SDGs. We have amongst us Stephen Satyavan, who has worked on climate change policy since 2021 and is co-leading the children and youth major groups engagements across major UN environmental processes. He has also co-founded Know Your Wetlands, a mangrove restoration initiative in Indonesia. Welcome, Stephen. Then we have Agul, who is a communications team deputy design lead at Klimatalk, an international youth-led organization making climate policy accessible to young people around the world. Then we have Bianca Yap, who is a special projects lead at Flint, where she is helping develop cellulose-based batteries, and recently her team won the Climate Systems Innovation Award to the UNDP Microsoft Climate Catalysts Program. Congratulations, Bianca. And finally, we have In Touch, who is a co-member of the Youth Advocacy Network and founder of PANFA, which helps rice farmers adopt sustainable practices through digital monitoring and carbon finance. I thought we would start maybe with a Slido and have all of you in the audience give your perspectives. The question that we have for you today is what's one strength of young people that the world still underestimates? I invite you all to quickly give a one-word response to this question. I invite you youth as well.
Okay.
A few words that stand out: energy, adaptability, innovation. Let's start with innovation. In Touch, Bianca, you both are very involved with climate innovation and are on the ground coming up with solutions. Do you want to talk a little bit about what opportunities, what gaps you see from your perspective? In Touch, maybe you can start.
Hello. Thank you so much for the floor today. I'm really honored to be here. So to answer to the question, I would say that one opportunities that are rising and are really exciting for me is the rise of AI. Because of AI, the development in technologies have been rapidly growing, especially in the climate mitigation sector as well. And for us youth, I think that AI actually eliminate many barriers. For example, technical barrier that was our weakness in the past, and also financial barrier as well. Nowadays, if you got idea, you could just talk with the cloud and it would do everything for you. This reduced many costs in operation for startup, and with that, we could just change the world, which is ourselves. But I think it is in this as well where I saw many gaps. There's indeed many ideas in the world, but however, I think many startups still have its potential unrealized. They're still lacking support from the government or private sector, which remain unconnected with these startups. So yeah, I think this is one thing that we could be working at addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bianca, do you want to go next?
So, hello, yeah. So whenever we talk to anyone, may it be a global brand trying to switch to our batteries or someone who just saw us online, joining whatever competition we joined, they keep asking the same question, which is, isn't a paper battery or something more sustainable just gonna cost more? And that comes from the assumption that doing the right thing always comes with a price. And it's exactly the assumption that integrated climate SDG is starting to dismantle, and that's what I'm most excited about. We're entering this moment where the false trade-off between climate ambition and development is starting to collapse. And for decades, sustainability was seen as something that only developed countries can afford, and developing countries had to defer. So the implicit message that you have to choose between growing an economy and protecting the planet is slowly going away. And like in our case, our batteries come from cellulose sourced from farming communities in South Asia and Southeast Asia. So these communities are now part of a clean tech supply chain, and they're no longer just on the extractive end of mining operations. So that's climate action and economic conclusion in one value chain without any trade-offs. So that, to me, is what integrated climate SDG is all about, and I'm really excited about that.
Thank you so much, Bianca. I heard that a very interesting observation, that there is increased awareness amongst young people that it doesn't need to be a trade-off. I guess, Agul, you would be best placed to come in here and give us more insight into how this change is happening. You work in climate communications, so can you share a bit more about that?
Hi, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and young people being here today.
So I speak for Climate Talk today. We are a youth-led organization working to make climate policy accessible and empower young people around the world. So, which means we shouldn't wait to actually understand and influence that decisions that shape and define our future. Speaking of opportunities, despite odds and setbacks, youth engagement and empowerment have gained real momentum. So, thanks to the cooperation of government bodies, the UN, civil society, and international organizations. But this change wouldn't be possible without platforms created by youth for youth. So this is exactly what we do at Climate Talk. We make climate policy, environmental developments, major decisions that affect our future and our present more accessible and understandable by breaking the technical barriers, doing live coverage from various conferences from ground. So what I want to say that one of the greatest opportunities and I would say our strength is that young people do not seize the every opportunity they get, not only for themselves, but they carry it back to their communities. So this means we should be hopeful. We have right to be hopeful because we have each other. And the fact that as young people, we stand with one another and we move together. So we are no longer just observers. We are an active force shaping spaces, platforms, and are actually part of the solution. So we actually affect in our different capacities how environmental and sustainable development looks like today.
Thank you, Agul. That was very interesting. Stephen, maybe we turn to you. So I see one of the words that really pops up there is energy. How do you bring the energy that all the youth have to offer into all the processes that sometimes can be, for a lack of better word, lacking energy?
Okay, I think it's a simple thing to see. Maybe the participants you can see to your left, to your right, to your front, to your back. There are young people here. So we want to acknowledge that young people here are not just an observer, but they are also actively working in various groups. For example, we have young people who work as scientists. We even have young people in government delegation. So this is the opportunity that we have, that although climate and sustainability goals seems far away, for example, even scientists say that we might reach the 1.5 Celsius degree much sooner than we expected, but there is still opportunity where the multi-stakeholder groups have a unified vision in keeping climate and SDGs interlinked through intergenerational dialogue, including this conference. And for GAPS, actually, I come from CYMG, Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. We, together with other youth constituencies like Yonggo, GYB, and Thailand, USEA, and Wake Up, we just had a launch of Asia Pacific Youth Synthesis Report. So in simple terms, we interview the youth through online form. What are the gaps in climate and SDG synergies? And we found 3 points that were most mentioned by youth. The first one is on the insufficient funding or resources. So copying the answer from our two colleagues there. And then also limited access to decision making and weak policy implementation. So to our third speaker. So that's from our side.
Thank you, Stephen, for this reflection and for sharing the key findings of this undertaking. Since we have a bit of time, I would love to open the floor up for questions from the audience. I see a colleague. I see someone in the row there. Would you like to answer? You, the one with your hand up. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
you're now my favorite moderator because you're the one who called me. But hello, everyone. So I am Justin Morty Tumilas. I'm the president of the Global Youth Ambassadors Society. It is an organization that focuses on grassroots initiatives. And I appreciate all of you here because we are discussing power, energy, adaptability, and innovation. But we know for sure that true innovation cannot happen while grassroots youth are structurally disempowered. I know that we know that. And the Asia Pacific Synergies report proves that local action drives the climate SDG transition. Yet, frontline youth adapt daily to energy deficits without the power to access regional funding, which remains locked behind bureaucratic walls, especially in the Southeast Asian nations. So, if we want a just energy transition, we must decentralize financial power. So how can our collective youth movement pressure regional bodies to channel innovation, funding directly into youth-led, decentralized renewable energy projects using simplified reporting tools designed by youth and designed for youth? Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you. Does anyone want to respond to that? In touch.
Okay, so I thank you for your question. So I want to speak from my experience, which might be a bit different from your context in like energy transition, but I'm working on a startup called Banfa Technologies. So we use like satellite, right, in order to ease the process of carbon credit verification, which is a bottleneck of a practice called AWD right now, which is a like a cultivation process which reduce methane emission from rice cultivation. So I think this is one example in which like innovation could kind of ease the process of like local action in the climate change. And I think this not only just help with finance, but also kind of enable it in a sense that using this technology, this process can be largely automated and reducing costs as well. So yeah, I think this is one example that you may ask for, and I think it's not only limited to this field in like carbon credit and agriculture, but it could be scaled to like energy transition as well in the future. And this, in fact, is what I consider a forte of a youth is their strength, like innovation and initiative to do this innovation, and this allows us to transpass these bureaucratic work, which is our limit right now. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, the woman there. Thank you. Yes, you.
Right. So greetings, Excellencies. It's my honor to be here, right here speaking to everyone. My name is Bhavika Dabur. I come from India and I'm currently representing ECB Sustainable Youth Foundation. We often say that there was a question right there that our strength of young people, and we were identifying the various strengths of the young people. I feel one of the strengths is that we identify the emerging patterns which are there. So let's say if there's a change about to happen, we are more adaptable to it, and we feel that we are the very first ones to experience it, observe it, and at the same time figure out how we can maybe make the situation much better for the people co-living together. But my question stems from the very fact that if we are the very first ones to see what is happening around in the world, or let's say we are more adaptable by nature, then how can we ensure that the UN, the different partners around the world, the stakeholders, they are involving the youth, the voice of the youth at the very beginning stage and not after the decisions are being made as a consultation part of it? So how can we ensure that the youth is being involved at the very beginning of the question and not when the question has been answered in just the form of a consultation? So that would be my question.
Thank you so much. I think this ties very well into our second question. So what would you ask of governments, institutions, the private sector, and most importantly, what would you ask of other young people as we move forward? Thank you. Stephen, maybe we start with you?
Okay, I can. Okay, I can start. So I think it's an intriguing question to see that the reality that oftentimes youth are just being consulted and not being involved at the very beginning of the process. And I also realized that that might be the case that I also engage in this kind of processes. So this is coming from the voice of young people inside our synthesis report. This is not really original from me, although I also resonate with the recommendation in this report. So I believe that our demand to the government, to the institutions, and also private sector, and also other kinds of stakeholder, we believe on three things. The first one, we need to institutionalize youth co-governance. It means that at the very beginning, we need to make sure that in the beginning of a policy process, in the beginning of, for example, a report, and in the beginning of an implementation of a new policy, even when it's still on the start of the life cycle, youth needs to be there. Of course, we will not say that youth needs just to be there because they are youth. No, we also have different capabilities as youth. As I said in my beginning, that youth can work as scientists, youth can work as policymaker, youth can work as a farmer, for example. So we need to have a mechanism to institutionalize that. And I also have some points about invest in applied capacity building and also strengthening accountability mechanism, but I want others to also answer. So that's my point.
Thank you, Stephen, for these important reflections. Agul, would you like to take this next?
So I think what we're really asking is really simple. It is continuous, not one-time support. It's tangible support from governments, which should be coordinated, financed, and recognized, and also be consistent and sustainable. Like looking ahead, young people have already shown that we are capable, we are more than capable, and we need to be acknowledged for our ambition, for our capacity, and for the great work we do, for our contributions. For example, at Climate Talk, around 100 volunteers across the globe, 6 continents and more than 30 countries, like work together to make climate policy accessible and empower their peers. So imagine if we have continuous support and coordinated support. So what we do so we are just an example. So this youth initiatives impact would be manifold. And what we also want is continuous seat at the table and being recognized for our capacity again. So I think we should, like when asking for governments what we really want, we need to mention that step up climate ambition and delivery, of course. Climate and SDG plans need to be closer together, and efforts should be combined for more impactful work and outcome. And so if they work as one strategy, we will see the impact that we will see more than we actually wanted. And also welcoming participation of young people in the implementation policy and at the very critical stages like development is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Agul. So from what you've said, you and Stephen, I feel like what I'm hearing is to go from dialogue to action. In fact, for the youth, it's already at the action stage. The barriers are more systemic, and it's more to do with lack of like funding or short-term funding and not having a stage, a seat at the table, a permanent seat at the table. Bianca, would you agree with this? Would you have anything to add?
So, of course, I was going to say, coming from a deep tech startup, I was going to talk about government regulations still being built around lithium batteries, where the pathway is just too long for us, even if it's not that applicable, I would say, because the chemistry is entirely different and we don't even have any lithium in our batteries. So I guess the next thing that we need from the government as a deep tech startup is to actually be more proactive in promoting what we're building. So that means actually using our product, like to cut the long story short, public procurement and using our batteries in public sector devices, because that sends a signal that, hey, we trust what these young entrepreneurs are building. And so every other consumer that follows every other brand that would be interested in switching to our batteries would, get this very important signal from a higher level. So, yeah.
Thank you, Bianca. In touch, as another young entrepreneur who's still in high school, would you have anything to add?
I totally agree with Bianca on her point on public procurement. Even for me, who work on a software platform technologies, I still feel like regulation that is kind of strict and often outdated is our biggest barrier. So my ask is for the government to actually proactively looking for this new solution, not just waiting and wait for us to actually pitch it to them, or relying on the bidding process, in which many times, especially in Southeast Asia country, could be a bit untransparent and also outdated also. So yeah, that is the case for the governmental sector that I want to propose.
Okay, thank you so much. I wondered if any of you or the audience have any messages to other young people who may have these aspirations but may not currently be in situations where they're able to fully realize them. Yes, you over there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, moderator ma'am. First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone who's here. Myself, Adarsh Kumar Singh, from India. Now, to the question that you asked, ma'am, I personally feel one of the biggest things that all the youth specifically feel right now is trying to understand which opportunity to go forward with when there are hundreds of opportunities which are around people, and you see hundreds of opportunities popping up every day on their social media pages, on their WhatsApp groups. The biggest problem that I feel all the youth is facing right now is who to follow. Something which one of the guest speakers said to me yesterday, which really spoke, was finding who your idol is a very important part, and finding the right idol is a very important thing. So my biggest suggestion, which I feel, and something if we can discuss more about, is for a youth, if they want to actively contribute into something which is actually going to turn out into a good output, how do they start? Because if there are 10 places who say that they're working towards change, how do I make sure that this place is going to be the one which I can actually contribute into? I think so that is one thing which the youth is definitely looking forward to.
That's a very unique take, and I think maybe many of our panelists can relate to that. Stephen, I see you nodding. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting interjunction between. I think all of the panelists say that we don't have much, for example, help in funding, etc. But at the same time, we also have, although I cannot say that is a funding opportunity, but I know that the resource that young people can utilize is not just funding, but also on other things. So the question on where to start, I think first we need to know what do we want to do. I think I can tell a story, although I'm a young people, but I was also a student back then. I will not reveal my age. Okay. When I was in my bachelor several years ago, I also wondered the same question on where do I start. I was a biology student. I need to finish my internship. I need to finish my final thesis. So, what to do? I think the first one that we can do is first finding our passion and purpose. I think everyone in here, whether you are youth or you are an alumni, youth alumni, you must have a reason why you are here. Besides fulfilling the obligation from your employer, for example. But for me, my turning point or my why was an incident in my city. So 21 years ago, I had to see almost 150 people from my hometown Cimahi, Indonesia, died because of a waste landslide in Lowi Gajah landfill. And I believe since then, my aspiration is to do any kind of job, any kind of opportunity that can prevent those kinds of accidents to happen again in the future. So find your why, and then find the people who also work, share the energy, and have the resources to implement your why, and also to refine your why and refine how and what. So that's from my side.
Thank you, Stephen, for highlighting this tension that exists and also the path forward. I see lots of youth alumni here. Can I ask one of the many youth alumni in this room to share their perspective? Sir, I see you over there. Would you like to take the floor?
I am Dr. Nguyen. I'm from Vietnam. I have one question for Mr. Stevens, CR1. Can you introduce about your group more clearly, and can you introduce how to UNEP and Vietnam can attend this group? Young Vietnamese can attend your group. Thank you.
Okay, I will use this as a promotion. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. So, first of all, I would like to recognize our colleague from SCAP who are also part of CYMG, Ceci. She is also from Vietnam. So actually, there have been young Vietnamese who also joined our platform. We can talk later, but a short profile of our group. So CYMG stands for Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. So UN bodies, all of UN bodies, we adhere to the Rio Convention 1992, which states that we have 9 major groups of civil society to engage with UNEP, with UN bodies, including but not limited to UNEP. So our group is the Children and Youth Constituency. So it means any children, any youth can involve around the world. We have 3 things. First of all, we advocate for policy. So, for example, if UNEP they have meeting, they have their processes, including the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly that just finished last year in Nairobi, they can be involved. Second one is to build capacity building of people in environmental governance. We know that there will be COP31, but COP31 is just one of many COPs, because COP is just conference of parties and COP31 is the UNFCCC COP of parties. But we have many COPs in the environmental governance space. And the third one is to also mobilize this youth to take action. One of the suggestions that I can give for young Vietnamese, later I will share the link how to register to become our individual member. If young Vietnamese, they have the UNEP accredited organization, they can also register to us as an organization. And we just also launched an initiative called Youth Environment Dialogues. I will also share with you the link so you can engage. I will give the time to others to also ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for sharing this. I think this actually points to one of the challenges that youth face, is not knowing how to engage with processes. And I know that In Touch, one of our panelists, had also asked me how he can engage more with UN processes. And so definitely MGCY is one of the structured ways that you can engage with the intergovernmental processes. As we come to a close, I wanted to share another Slido and get some more perspectives. So the question that we want to ask you is, as the conference comes to a close, how are you feeling about our future in one word? I think, yes, we can also all respond. And everyone in the audience, please feel free to share in one word what you would take away and what feeling you're sitting with. Some words I'm seeing: hopeful, promising, optimism, inspired, motivated, but also some sad ones: anxious, scary. And I guess it's normal to feel those two feelings together. We can just hope that we get the sense of urgency and motivate ourselves to do better. With this, any final thoughts from our panelists? In Touch, do you want to share in one final sentence what you think about our future?
I think my one sentence would be, it's important to be optimist. I've always been optimist, and I think that's important in taking action. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Bianca.
So I guess I'd like to leave something more of like a message to entrepreneurs, not only the youth entrepreneurs here. I recently read this book because I make it a habit that after work or during the weekends, I read a new book. So I finished this book where I read about innovators who basically created something new that has changed one way or another the trajectory of the world. And what keeps coming back to me is that we need to fail, and we need to fail fast. So we shouldn't be afraid of failures, not because failure feels good. I think that we can agree that nobody likes failure, but because there's really no playbook for what we're doing. We're rewriting the rules as we go. Like in our case, we're rewriting the rules of a battery industry that's existed for decades, which means that there's a lot that we don't know yet. And the only way through that fog is just to go through it. If something feels like you can do it in 3 months, question it. Try doing it in 1 week. I'm not saying you can finish it. I'm not saying you're gonna accomplish the exact goal you're going for, but you're gonna learn more in that 1 week compared to one entire quarter. So I guess I'd like to leave with a small note that Edison didn't see 10,000 failed light bulbs as 10,000 failures. He just saw it as 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb. So yeah, don't be afraid to fail. And if anything, fail faster.
Thank you, Bianca. Agul.
Thank you so much, Ashna. And I want to join Bianca for sharing messages. I think what I will share can be very common sense, but unfortunately is forgotten a lot, which is that people with different backgrounds, with various specialties, they all can contribute to a sustainable future, healthy planet in their own capacity. So like it's not mandatory to have climate science or policy background. You can have any kind of background and contribute immensely to the cause. And additionally, I think this also unfortunately forgotten a lot, which is sometimes it's absolutely great to look at example and maybe improvise yourself and learn from others' mistakes and grades. But it's also important to set the example yourself. So like when it's that we are really afraid of failure, that when we are have an idea or any initiative, we're like, oh, no, but nobody done it before, so is it viable? Is it possible? How would it look like? But you can set that example yourself. You can be the first one do it, and maybe after you, there will be a lot of people who will do the same thing, but better. So like now we have a great solution with great impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Agu. As one of the responses to Slido said, hashtag we can do it together. Stephen, the last word.
Oh, okay. Can I have 2 last words? Okay. The first word is synergy. So look again to your left, to your right, to your front, to your back. Later, when this session ends, please just not. We are also welcome to come to us and also talk. But I also encourage you to talk to your left, your right, the youth in front and on the back, because I believe that we cannot do this alone. Second one is intergenerational. Youth are not your foe. Youth are not just the object that we need to protect, but we are also subjects and co-creators of the future. Because it's not only us that wants a better future, but I believe all of us wants a better future. So that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for this final statement. I think we end on a good note, a note that it's a shared endeavor. We should all come together and co-create, and together we can do it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this youth dialogue, looking ahead. And we hope that you will stay on for the closing. I hand off to my colleague Nadine. And of course, I thank the incredible panelists for their wonderful reflections.
We get back to the youth alumni now. So we're starting the final segment. So I may ask my colleague Ralph to join the podium with the facilitator from Block A and Block B sessions, A1, A2, A3, and B1, B2, B3, to report back from the parallel sessions. Thank you.
One. We are entering the home stretch. And as you are aware, we had 3 times 3 parallel sessions. So the objective of this pre-closing reflection is that we invite the chairpersons of the respective thematic roundtables not to summarize the whole thing, but simply to give us an impression of what has been discussed, what has transpired, and why those participants who attended other sessions may want to look at the video recording of their respective parallel sessions which they missed, right? We have still 1 vacant seat. I think this is transport. Nobody? Okay. Mobile. So we may just start. As I said, basically, just to flag one or two important points that transpired, any kind of novel, anything that came out new, or anything that should inspire the work for the future. So, Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, working. So our roundtable was really focusing on the small island developing states, so the specific circumstances and needs of those countries. So we were benefiting from the presence of two ministers in our panel, so a minister from Fiji and from the Maldives, and they were very, very clear in highlighting the challenges they are facing in their respective countries beyond what is probably well known or understood in discussions like this in terms of connecting the dots at the ground level in the implementation. So we were able to also include a bit of the key elements relating to climate justice, in the sense that we know that the small island developing states are those that are contributing with 1% of global emissions, but at the same time are the ones suffering the most for the impacts of climate change they have not created. And therefore, looking at how the international community, through different processes, but in a broad sense, can support small island developing states. So a conclusion that were drawn at the end was really, is going to be the litmus test of how effective is the international community in supporting action on climate change, by seeing how much this is effective in small island developing states. And we do hope that in through different forums and moments, this will come out clearly that this is the way to go, but a long way to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Since we have nobody for transport, I may just say a few words, what I think has been discussed there. The main issue, of course, that has frustrated our transport colleagues for a long time is that there is no SDG on transport, and they surely want to have one as soon as possible. But there is a recent adoption of the resolution on the decade for sustainable transport. And there are many initiatives that countries have formulated and the countries are reporting on to bring this decade, to give life to this decade, which tries to also implement synergies, in particular by reducing air pollution, enhancing economic progress. Yeah, these are the main things to come together. So I thank myself and give to Hong Peng.
Thank you, Ralph. So our session A3 is mainly focused on energy and just transition for climate and sustainable development. So our session, start with a clear message. SDG 7 is central to climate action, sustainable development and just transition, and we need the integrated implementation on access, renewables, energy efficiency, clean cooking, finance, and the grids to move from ambition to delivery. And we have quite a diverse panelists from a different group. So for small island developing states, energy transition is about resilience and the development space, not only emissions, and the finance must be predictable, vulnerability informed, and ground-based. So partnership models in Southeast Asia show how policy ambition can become bankable projects through demand-driven technical assistance and regional cooperation such as ASEAN Power Grid. So indigenous partners stressed that just transition must be built on self-determination, free, prior, and informed consent, and community-owned, decentralized energy systems. So researchers reminded us that equity must be designed in from the start point, not added later, particularly as core transitions affect livelihoods. And the youth representatives called for a resourced, institutionalized participation in monitoring, reporting, and policy feedback as partners, not only beneficiaries for the youth group. So in closing, there were three takeaways from this panel discussion. First, the ambition implementation gap is real and must now be the priority, especially on clean cooking, efficiency, and finance for vulnerable communities. Second, institutional coordination between NDCs and the national energy policy is a missing link. So third, just transition is not an add-on. It must include youth, women, indigenous people, workers, and local communities in planning and delivery from day one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hong Peng. We continue.
Okay. Thank you. Very good afternoon. I moderated session B3 on smart, sustainable cities, leveraging digital innovation at the local level for climate and development. It was attended by smart people too. Just so you will love that. So what we discussed, digital innovation should be understood as an enabler of on climate action and sustainable development rather than an objective itself. So smart city initiatives are most effective when they integrate technology with good governance, institutional capacity, sustainable financing, and inclusive urban planning to deliver tangible benefits for people and the environment. We also focus on the cities on the forefront of addressing climate risks while advancing SDGs. Digital technologies, including data-driven planning, digital public services, early warning systems, smart infrastructure, actually can strengthen urban resilience, improve service delivery, and support evidence-based decision-making. However, successful implementation depends as much on governance and institutional coordination and regional cooperation as on technological innovation. And two more, we also underline the importance of digital transformation should be inclusive. I think you did mention also inclusivity. Participation highlighted the need to bridge digital divides effectively among older people, women, people with disabilities, and communities with limited digital access on literacy. Smart city solutions should therefore be co-designed with citizens and respond to local needs rather than relying solely on technology-driven approaches. We also underline the importance of peer-to-peer learning and sharing solutions, especially in the regional level. Last, the session also demonstrated that simple, affordable digital solutions can generate significant public value and can also create transparent governance and create public trust. And this is really last. So successful smart cities are built on people-centered governance and strong institution and meaningful community participation. Thank you.
That was the last point. So a session on smart cities with smart panelists and a smart moderator. Thank you so much. We move on to nature-based solutions.
No, I'm from session B1, which was on water, climate, and health.
Okay, sorry.
So, yeah. Our session started with some eye-opening data. For example, the results of a global survey with the water ministers and decision makers of 194 countries. They identified the top 4 major risks and challenges in achieving good water management were climate change, droughts, increasing water demand, and floods. Also that 80% of the climate change is felt through water. However, only 5% of the finance is dedicated to water. So the scale of current challenges exceeds the capacity of any country acting alone. A key message was that addressing too little and too much of water requires holistic management of the entire water cycle, combining grey infrastructure with nature-based solutions and prioritizing the protection and restoration of freshwater ecosystems. Such approaches offer significant co-benefits, including climate mitigation, adaptation, etc. The discussion emphasized the need to break institutional silos, which we always often hear, and adopt integrated science-based planning frameworks supported by robust data and improved valuation of ecosystem services. So strengthening cooperation at transboundary and basin levels through shared data, early warning systems, and coordinated governance was identified as essential to managing systemic risks. Speakers also highlighted the importance of aligning finance and outcome-based initiatives or projects with integrated outcomes, calling for projects and instruments that explicitly deliver multiple environmental and development benefits. The private sector has a critical role to play, moving beyond water management towards water stewardship by investing in ecosystem protection across value chains. Finally, the session pointed to emerging global momentum on water, including upcoming conferences of the parties of the Rio Conventions and the 2026 UN Water Conference as a strategic opportunity, particularly for Asia Pacific, to advance leadership on climate, water, health synergies.
Thank you so much. And we move on to the third session of the B block.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So our session was on the deep dive into the Asia Pacific Synergies report. And we began the session with four high-level remarks from the colleagues at SCAP, UNEP, the Asian Development Bank, and the Ministry of Environment, Japan. Among the key points that came out of those remarks were that SCAP has been continuously supporting us in the development of this Asia-Pacific Synergies report, and it actually represents the first time we have a regional report on synergies, and this will form some of our discussion starting tomorrow on the CED9. It's also highlighted that the Synergies report effectively carries forward some of the UNEA resolutions on synergies, and also provides some concrete case studies that demonstrate how to achieve synergies in practice. In addition, it was highlighted that in the Asian Development Bank, the synergies concept is already being mainstreamed into a lot of their operational planning and the funding decisions, and I think this will have big implications moving forward. Finally, it was noted that in order to make synergies concrete, it's very important that countries and cities and communities in Asia have local level examples of how to do synergies. Those local level examples will provide connections between, sort of big abstract concepts and actual on the ground benefits. From those remarks from high level speakers, we had a brief overview of the Synergies report, highlighting the sort of 4 thematic chapters and also chapters on means of implementation and the importance of scaling synergies. And then we went into a panel discussion which highlighted, among other things, the importance of measuring the linkages between climate change and health and putting health at the center of our climate actions. It was also highlighted when we talk about synergies from a nature-based solutions perspective to underline the transformative nature of synergies, that it's not just achieving multiple outcomes, but multiple outcomes that are more than the sum of their parts. And it was further underlined that cities can serve as important delivery platforms for synergies, but in order to do that, we need to empower synergies with, for instance, strong legal frameworks from the national level. And last but not least, from a circular economy perspective, it was highlighted that synergies are only achieved when we think about working at a systemic perspective. If we think about things as only end of the pipe type of solutions, we're going to miss opportunities for synergies. And we concluded with a brief response to questions about how to really see synergies and whether they're actually there. And should we move forward with confidence in how we pursue synergies? And the answer to those questions, is exemplified by the 140 or so case studies we've gathered, is yes, synergies are actually there. And how to move forward, my own personal reflections on this is, one of the key things about synergies is agency. That is to say that if we want to pursue synergies, we have an individual role to play ourselves, and the dynamic interactions that form from working across different people is sort of the animating motor of synergies. So I would encourage especially our young people here to think and act in a way that helps to produce synergies. And this will help carry forward some of the messages from the report so they're actually achievable on the ground. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would like to just add one additional dimension, because we are here. We made a deep dive into the regional process, the regional reporting, and the regional cooperation, and the regional action program that might be blessed in the days to come. But we are actually here as a global conference. So there are other continents, and we would like to find some way to basically feature this regional initiative as a model to be possibly replicated in other developing or in other region or among other neighboring countries. So this is just an observation or suggestion for the future. Now, I think we still miss Elizabeth. Two more, C2 and C3. You can make it from your chair if you prefer. I think that's easier. You can. Oh, so good. Thank you. So who wants to start? Maybe we start with C2. Yes.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm here to present on C2, which was on NDCs and the 2030 agenda, looking at advancing integrated implementation for climate and SDGs. And we had 5 key takeaways. So the first was looking at NDC 3.0 as an integrated delivery instrument. And this was stressed upon by all of our panel members that NDC implementation plans should be formally co-owned from the start by financing and planning ministries alongside the environment ministries, that house these documents, along with the buy-in of line ministries to ensure that NDC and SDG targets are embedded in sectoral roadmaps. And international support programs perhaps should make this a cross-ministerial ownership a condition of the engagement. We also heard, secondly, that gender equality, diversity, and social inclusion approaches and whole of society approaches need to be embedded across implementation, finance, and MRV, monitoring and reporting. So we heard that youth, indigenous peoples, and JEDC representative groups should hold decision-making power in NDC national coordination and review bodies. So the panelists emphasized that NDC commitments and SDG commitments must actually reflect these through financing mechanisms, sectoral implementation plans that actually reach marginalized groups as recipients of finance and MRV systems that can capture disaggregated outcomes so that equity is treated as a measurable implementation result, for example, through gender implementation plans. Third, we heard that non-government actors should be accountable implementation partners. We heard that subnational governments, private sector entities, multilateral development banks, philanthropies, and civil society organizations engaged in NDC implementation should operate in alignment with national policies, with contributions tracked against NDC milestones as well as SDG indicators, but not just reported in parallel as they seem to be as of now. Fourth, that shared MRV architecture should serve as climate development and equity. And we see that national MRV framework should include a shared NDC and SDG indicator framework, which incorporates JEDC indicators and non-government actor contributions so that it consolidates rather than multiplies reporting obligations. Lastly, we heard that MDBs are already mobilizing finance for development as well as climate, and we see that country lending programs are increasingly being structured alongside NDC implementation and development priorities, and SDGs that are aligned with this are equally being addressed, but issues like poverty alleviation, et cetera, do not often fall under their main purview, so they tend to fall behind in this regard. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think I will watch the documentation to catch up with all those interesting dimensions. And Elizabeth?
Yeah, thank you. So I had the pleasure of moderating session C3, and it was on country platforms for integrated delivery for enhancing international partnerships and cooperation. I think this panel, in times like these where there's really, that need for solidarity, I think this panel really showed and exemplified that. We heard from Thailand, from Bangladesh, from Indonesia and Brazil, from a panel that went from diplomats to country representatives to practitioners. And there was really three things that I think really came through in this panel. The first is that cooperation requires enablers. It was highlighted that, especially for technology, having having reasonable expectations as for what adequate technology is, as well as for IP. That finance is key to enabling international cooperation, but also the importance of common values. And I think that this really comes through across a number of dimensions when we talk about cooperation. So we started off by thinking about solidarity and international cooperation, but really we found ourselves talking about peer-to-peer learning as cooperation, about linking to domestic priorities, to linking to funder and donor priorities, as well as through markets and other approaches that can foster cooperation. I think what also came through is that the language of SDG and climate action synergies is a way to help us find those common values and that common ground, and hence can be in itself a key enabler of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It was a hard duty. Some panelists, moderator, facilitator, summarizing, too many things. Good. So I think we have had all the insights, brief insights, and I recommend to all of you to take a look at the documentation, the video documentation, which I already watched last night for yesterday. But I think that will be uploaded anytime now, and yeah, that should be the main purpose. So we'll thank you. Yeah, I would like to invite Danielle and Bahare to preside over the approaching the finish line. And whichever one.
Thank you, everyone. We have reached the final moments of the conference, and we have put together an overview of the conference summary, and I will ask my colleague Ralph to provide us with a brief sort of presentation of that overview, hopefully in a very condensed and short format.
Yeah.
Over to you, Ralph.
I heard you. Brief. Brief was stressed. Now, I just want to say that basically after the conference is completed, there will be documentation in different forms in the video as well as complete reports. But as a souvenir for your way home, we have put our heads together and we have tried to summarize some of the main salient important points, so that which we should also, keep for our memory and for our future guidance. It was a longer kind of document, but we have reduced it to 12 points as key messages and 12 points to outline the path forward. So since it's a bit political language, please allow me to read it to you. Or I prefer to speak freely, but I may miss somewhat. Yeah, so point one, the conference emphasized that climate change, environmental challenges, and sustainable development constraints are deeply interconnected. Traditional approaches that treat climate action, environmental protection, and development as separate policy areas may risk to perpetuate institutional fragmentation, may cause duplication of efforts, and may lead to inefficient use of financing. With silo approaches to implementation, opportunities for co-benefits are often missed. Number 2, there is ample evidence of the benefits of synergistic climate and SDG action. In their reports, the members of the UN Expert Group on Climate and SDG Synergies have provided a large and growing number of illustrated examples that should inspire applications and replications in more countries and constituencies. Number 3, the conference pointed out multiple pathways on how climate SDG synergy concepts can be translated into concrete action plans. Key elements include aligning national climate commitments with SDG priorities, strengthening policy coherence across climate, environment, and development policies, sharing practical country experiences and solutions, and advancing integrated governance, financing, and implementation systems. Number 4, advancing achievement of the SDG and implementing climate action is more urgent than ever before. I heard that many times. Whereas some developing countries have progressed rapidly, many of the less and least developed countries are increasingly in danger of falling behind. Synergistic action on climate and SDGs can provide important solutions. Even in the most difficult situations, socio-economic progress is well possible if reforms are implemented and transformative action is taken now. Number 5. Significantly increased financial resources will be needed if climate and SDG action is to be scaled up. In the spirit of international solidarity and in order to advance climate justice, financing needs of least developed countries and small island developing states should receive priority attention. Number 6. A stable and predictable regulatory framework and policies incentivizing environment and climate action can encourage greater investments of the private sector in greener, low-emission technologies and projects. Number 7, all climate and SDG policy and decision-making should be based on whole-of-government and whole-of-society approaches with effective participation of all concerned stakeholders. Genuine participatory decision-making process may require time, but they typically produce more effective implementation and more robust, sustainable, and inclusive outcomes. Number 8, an accelerated energy transition can promote climate SDG synergies. Universal access to modern, clean, and affordable energy, energy efficiency, grid modernization and expansion, and the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies are all important pillars of an energy transition that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, creates sustainable economic opportunities and green jobs, and leaves no one behind. Number 9, the promotion of more sustainable transport provides many opportunities for implementing synergistic approaches and for realizing co-benefits through improved air quality, better public health, more inclusive access, and new employment and business opportunities. The conference invited member states to participate in and to contribute to the success of the new UN Decade on Sustainable Transport, which goes from 2026 to 2035. Number 10, water security, climate change, public health, and food systems are also closely interlinked. SDG 6 calls for universal access to water and sanitation by 2030, but SDG indicators suggest that many developing countries are still far behind. The UN Water Conference, to be held in the UAE in the beginning of December, will provide opportunities to identify and advance integrated approaches and solutions. Number 11, glaciers play a pivotal role in ecology and freshwater supply. Participants emphasized the importance of continued global efforts for the protection of glaciers and the decade of actions for xerotheric sciences, which is from 2025 to 2034. Number 12 is biological systems, including forests, soils, wetlands, and oceans, provide essential nature-based solutions, storing billions of tons of CO2 annually. And nature-based solutions are often the cheapest adaptation measure. Restoration of ecosystems, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable land and ocean management can greatly contribute to ecosystem protection and resilience. And the last on cities. Cities will provide important implementation platforms for integrated climate protection and SDG development. Innovative digital tools offer new opportunities for smart urban planning and management. Documented experiences suggest that synergistic approaches and solutions to local problems of transport congestion and air pollution can offer multiple climate and SDG development co-benefits. So this is this part, and the final part is the way forward. 12 more points. I hope you can take them. So global peace, stability, security remain fundamental preconditions for successfully advancing achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, including environment and climate protection. The world community urgently needs to recommit to the 2030 Agenda and to the Paris Agreement through greater cooperation at all local, national, and international levels. Environment and climate protection and advancing the SDGs needs to be addressed with greater ambition and urgency at all local, national, and international levels. With good leadership, comprehensive reforms, and commitment to constructive cooperation, the world community can regain its resilience, overcome its divisions, and offer new promises and tangible benefits for all. There is a need to move from concepts to implementation. Success will depend less on creating new commitments and more on implementing existing ones effectively. Global investments in mitigation and adaptation will need to be increased very substantially. Climate finance should include a focus on adaptation and on directing funds to developing countries most at risk from climate impacts. This includes ensuring that financial resources are accessible to all least developed countries and small island developing states. Industrialized countries need to reinvigorate and increase their engagement and financing of global climate and SDG action, in line with the agreed principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. At the same time, existing collaborative mechanisms among developing countries, including BRICS+, should expand and diversify its South-South cooperation for greater mutual benefit. 2026 is a triple COP year. Countries can realize multiple co-benefits through coordinated and synergistic implementation of the 3 Rio Conventions, including through the advancement of nature-based solutions. Next point. Countries are invited to initiate, review, and update their development strategies and plans for synergistic implementation, including their national determined contributions, the NDCs, the national adaptation plans, voluntary national reviews, national biodiversity strategies and action plans, as well as national disaster risk reduction strategies. Cities are where global climate challenges become local realities and where solutions can be delivered. By integrating climate action into urban planning, cities can create synergies across sustainable development goals, including reduction of emissions while improving health, mobility, equity, resilience, and quality of life. Integrated climate and SDG decision-making needs to actively involve all relevant stakeholders to be based on genuine public participation. Decision-making processes should always include participation of the youth and their representatives. Existing and new partnerships need to be strengthened. No single actor can deliver climate and SDG transformation alone. Partnerships should focus on practical solutions, technology transfer, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. I have 3 more points. Regional cooperation offers opportunities for sharing successful policy models, strengthening regional institutions, and implementing programs in support of cities and communities. Participants welcomed the proposed ESCAP Regional Action Program for Asia and Pacific 2026-2030 and encouraged member states and of other regions to prepare and implement similar initiatives if possible. New technologies, including machine learning and artificial intelligence, may open new opportunities for planning, integrated climate and SDG action, but may also be associated with significant challenges and risks. Participants recommended professional analysis and guidance of the UN Expert Group on Climate and SDG Synergies in this regard. And the last one. Participants recommended to make the report of the 7th Climate and SDG Synergies Conference available to delegations attending important upcoming intergovernmental events, including the ESCAP Committee on Environment and Development, the High-Level Political Forum, and the COP31. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks so much. I think you need some water now after each 3 more points. No, I think the essence and the substance of the discussion on these past 2 days has been well captured and summarized. Of course, it's very, very high level, but these important key messages are there. In closing, really, my pleasure in seeing this annual gathering growing and growing, and the importance of the discussion on synergies, SDGs, Paris Agreement is at the center of the overall sustainable development agenda. Okay, we started with an idea concept, and we are now having quite a critical platform where certain topics are discussed, explored, solutions are sought, feedback and discussion on best practices. And we are so pleased that also the intergovernmental processes are recognizing the importance of this work. I speak on the UNFCCC process, again, where with some difficulties the issue of synergies is coming out and is being negotiated, so which is something that was not happening before. So that's an indication of the importance, and as we move into the implementation of the Paris Agreement, this is even more relevant. So was great to see this big room full for many sessions during the past 2 days, and has been, from our point of view, another success. So now I start with thanking you, Bare, on behalf of DESA and the full DESA team. You've done a magnificent job, but also the heavy lifting. So for UNFCCC, it's such a pleasure to collaborate with you over the years, and was mentioned briefly in the video of our executive secretary yesterday, but I'm happy to reaffirm that we as a UNFCCC will continue to be engaged in this agenda, in this discussion, in our collaboration with DESA in the next steps, because it is important, and as I said, is growing importance as well as a matter in our process. So we will continue to work on all of you on this. for this event. Let me also add my thank to our colleague from UN ESCAP who made this possible in this beautiful UN setting. Also the experts of the expert groups for their collaboration and their work in this has been essential in the many reports and the insights that you have seen and heard, and all the partners that have been working with us on this. So safe travels to all of you. Thank you again, and take care, and see you at the next opportunity. At least I think I will see many of you at COP31 in Antalya in Turkey. Thank you very much.
Let me echo Daniela's 10 points. No. On behalf of DESA, I also would like to share an observation which is very similar to what Daniela had described. I think in 2019, when we started this movement, this idea of climate and SDG synergies was a theoretical concept. And at the time, we started with, what does it mean when we say synergies? How do we define synergies? Are synergies happening? A few years later, now you've participated in many sessions today, and from the report sessions as well, it's clear that it's no longer a theoretical concept. This is something that is already happening. There are tools, there's partnerships, there's concrete examples in terms of financing instruments, policy instruments, and it's in many countries, and many institutions are already integrating and mainstreaming synergies between climate action and development issues. But we have to be honest with ourselves, and I think if we take a deeper look, we may all agree that it's not enough. We are not doing it at the scale and the speed that is needed. So there is so much more work to be done, and for that we need all hands on deck. And I really hope that the last 2 days have inspired you to gain a clear perspective on what you as an individual can do. How can you take this forward within your institution, within your community, within your sphere of influence, whether you're a government representative or an academic researcher or a youth or a civil society representative. We all have a role to play. And I do hope that we have all been inspired and do our part to take this agenda forward. And as Daniela mentioned, UNFCCC, from UNFCCC and DESA's perspective, we are fully committed to support all of you in advancing this work. And so now, before I end, I also would like to thank several colleagues who've been instrumental in sort of designing this conference and making it happen. Let me start with our ESCAP colleagues. Lorenzo, Bani, can you please stand up so we can see you? There's others as well. Big round of applause. Of course, Daniela, you have been our partner in crime, and without you, none of this would have happened. So this is to thank you as well for all the hard work. There are many other partners who were involved in this conference. I will name a few: IUCN, UNEP, ADB, IGES, UNDP, and DC partnerships, amongst others. I also would like to thank members of the expert group on climate and SDG synergies. We kept them very busy the last 2 days, moderating, reporting back, speaking. So thank you so much. And they have put a lot of hard work in the past 3 years on deepening the evidence on this topic. And I think collectively we have gained tremendous knowledge on the linkages between climate action and SDGs due to their hard work. So thank you so much to all of the members here. And last but not least, I do have to thank Nadine and Ashna from our team. They've been in touch with you on daily basis, probably too many emails from them over the last several months. And there are many colleagues besides the three of us here. They are not here, but our team has contributed tremendously to this process, and I thank all our DESA team as well. With that, I think we could close this conference, and I hope that you have a restful evening and hope to see you at the next conference. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Photo, Nadine?
Done. See? Told you.